Jen White, thanks for listening, and we'll talk more soon. This is 1A.
Support for NPR comes from the station. And from DuckDuckGo, who believes AI should be optional and who've been building privacy tools for 15 years. They now offer Duck.ai, where users can chat privately with AI. Duck.ai. From Capital One, offering their premium travel card, Venture X. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Details at CapitalOne.com. And from the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation at macfound.org.
Local issues, national headlines, and your perspectives. Join us for Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at MOS.org.
What would you risk to defend democracy? Moderator Erin Tang leads 9 panelists through a gripping hypothetical election crisis that tests civic integrity. Breaking the Deadlock, tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
Roaring fans, the Tartan Army, a Cape Verde Cinderella story. The North American World Cup is spreading joy and excitement from Boston to L.A. But when the final whistle blows, will any changes last? Join me, Edgar B. Herwick III, and NPR immigration correspondent Jasmine Garst as we explore whether a global sporting event can bring the world closer together. The World Cup Effect, a special hour from GBH News, July 8th at 1 on GBH 89.7 and streaming on YouTube.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on BPR and GBH and NEPM. Yes, we're back live. We'll start the week with another thing Trump's ruined, the World Cup. With the FIFA Peace Prize winner lobbying for red flag reversal, are you still rooting for the U.S. despite our cheater-in-chief? Call or text. Then it's retired federal judge Nancy Gertner with a Supreme Court decision catch-up, and Princeton's Khalil Gibran Muhammad reflecting on what Independence Day means for Black Americans and higher ed, thanks to that big, beautiful bill law.
I'm Marjorie Egan. In the second hour, it's a transit panel with urban planner Chris Dempsey and former chair of the State House Transportation Committee, Bill Straus. And Commonwealth Shakespeare Company organizers, they're going to preview their free productions this summer on Boston Common. Finally, we'll open the phone and text lines to talk about the only headline with bigger coverage than America 250, the marriage of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Weigh in next on Boston Public Radio.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Kristen Wright. President Trump rang the opening bell for the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ from the Oval Office in a historic first. He's marking the start of trading for Trump Accounts, the federal government's new investment savings program for children. The president explained from the Oval Office that he asked soccer's governing body to review its decision to suspend U.S. men's team star player Folarin Balogun for their World Cup game tonight. FIFA reversed the suspension, allowing the American to play after hearing from Trump. NPR's Becky Sullivan has more.
It wasn't a clear, obvious foul. The contact looked very much unintentional. And in fact, the referee on the field didn't even give a foul initially. The red card came only after a video replay review of the play in slow motion. And then also similar contact between players in other games in this tournament have gone unpunished. And yet this got a red card. And, clearly there's questions, but FIFA has not been transparent about answering them. This whole process by which they have reached this result, I think, raises a lot of questions. So it's just been tremendously messy.
Belgium has appealed FIFA's decision. China says its military has successfully test-launched a long-range missile from a nuclear submarine in the Pacific. NPR's Jennifer Pack reports from Beijing.
The missile was launched at noon Beijing time and carried a dummy warhead, according to China's official Xinhua news agency. This is the second time China has conducted a missile test in the Pacific since 2024. China says it had notified relevant countries in advance. Still, Australia's Foreign Minister Penny Wong told local media that the move lacked transparency and reassurance, while officials in New Zealand and Japan said they have grave concerns. China says the test launch was routine and part of the Navy's annual training. It says the missile was not directed against any other countries or target. Jennifer Pack, NPR News, Beijing.
New research finds many online sites are prescribing GLP-1 obesity drugs like Ozempic with limited oversight. Often sites don't require patients to interact with a clinician, NPR's Maria Godoy reports.
In the study, a researcher posing as a patient went to 49 different websites that offered GLP-1 medications. All of the sites relied primarily on patient-reported questionnaires that often missed important medical history. For example, a little more than half asked about a history of eating disorders, and only about a third asked for clinical data like cholesterol, blood glucose, and blood pressure. Just 26% of sites required an actual video visit to get a prescription. In some cases, websites issued prescriptions even though the patient failed to submit required photos. Researchers say limited clinical engagement when prescribing GLP-1s may increase the risks of medical and financial harm. The findings appear in the journal JAMA. Maria Godoy, NPR News.
This is NPR News from Washington.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Sales of electric vehicles in Massachusetts dropped significantly at the beginning of this year after federal tax credits went away and a pullback of new models by the industry. The Globe reports analysts say the transition to EVs from gas-powered cars, a key part of the state's plan to reduce carbon emissions, is likely to pick back up over the next few years as the cost of electric vehicles drops and the charging infrastructure improves. The data shows that prices are falling pretty fast. More affordable electrics like Rivian's new R2 SUV starts at $45,000, and Kia's EV3 crossover is expected to cost about $35,000 once it hits the market. And the Regional Tibetan Association of Massachusetts hosting a party today in celebration of the 91st birthday of the Dalai Lama. Master List reports the event at the Most Holy Redeemer Church in Hadley, Mass. Includes cultural performances, community tributes, and speakers. State Rep Lindsay Sabadosa will also launch the premiere of the documentary film Year of Compassion, Massachusetts' tribute to the Dalai Lama at 90. In sports, there are two World Cup matches happening today. Both are big deals. The 3 o'clock match is Portugal and Spain. The 8 o'clock game is USA versus Belgium. The winner advances to the quarterfinals. Week 2 of Wimbledon starts today, and the Red Sox road trip continues tomorrow with a series against the White Sox in Chicago. We've got some much-needed rain on the way. It's 72 degrees in Boston right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include FJC, a foundation of donor-advised funds working to maximize the impact of charitable giving and to create customized philanthropic solutions. Learn more at fjc.org.
Listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM, Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're going to be back at the Boston Public Library tomorrow with our sports authority, Tony Casey, John King from CNN, and exclusively, the Reflecting Pool Algae will be with us for their first in-person interview. What do you think about that,
How do
Jim?
you do in-person with algae?
Well, we're going to find out.
It's in-plant with algae. Can I say, by the way, if people think we're kidding, we are actually, I think it's the first in America, we're actually going to interview
We got it.
in person.
That's
sort
right.
of, at the library.
You
in
just
person,
said it was
meaning
in-plant.
Well, in-plant. At the library, algae from the Reflecting Pool. I'd be there if I were you.
Okay,
Thank
and
you for
also
that.
we should mention that the mayor of Boston will be with us from Wednesday from noon to 1. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. How are you?
I'm
So the
great.
national nightmare is over. Marjorie and I are back. Well,
wow.
I think there was one person who thought it was a national nightmare. And we have a few things we need to talk about. On the heels of America's 250th birthday, we're asking, is our top global export actually just cheating and rigging the game? You've undoubtedly seen the red card call heard around the world and the reversal at the apparent request of the FIFA Peace Prize winner himself, Donald J. Trump. So the lines are open at 877-301-8970. Call or text. about our very strange July 4th weekend. Are you still rooting for the United States in their game against Belgium tonight? Or has Trump's meddling soured you on the big, beautiful game? What's your reaction to Trump's corrupt intervention with a corrupt FIFA to get this guy with the red card, Florian Balogun, restored for the game tonight against Belgium? And are you still rooting for the U.S., which I think all of us were really excited. I'm not a big soccer fan. I was actually really looking forward tonight. I have such mixed feelings as a result of this. It is the ultimate ugly American story brought to us by the ugly American president.
Well,
the United States doesn't like it, the most powerful country. It fixes the outcome.
I mean, it's just another bit of the Trump corruption. I mean, it's like corruption wrong wild, and why not corrupt FIFA, which is already kind of corrupt to begin with, so it sort of fits right in, I guess.
Well, but wait. While FIFA is corrupt, I would say, at least my limited knowledge, the games itself and the players and the zillions of fans around the world are into the sport.
Well,
it's sort of like we're into the Olympics, despite the corruption of the IOC. No, but particularly if you're not an American, and I hope Americans are equally disgusted by this. And do me a favor, by the way, do not call and say, like Trump has said, who's proud that he intervened, don't say you've watched the play 18 times, it wasn't a foul. Because they have not reversed a red flag call for 63 years. They haven't done this.
Well, didn't they do a deal with Ronaldo? He had a three-game suspension, then they changed it. He's what team does he play for? The famous Ronaldo. I think he's
I understand
Portugal.
that. No,
From
but
three suspension to one.
But that's a different kind of deal.
Different kind
the
of deal.
The only time there has been a reversal of a red flag and a one-game suspension was in 1962. That's the bottom line.
Right.
877-301-8970.
We've got like 15 texts about this already. People are really upset. Here's one. Trump ruins everything, even the World Cup. Now, if we advance, there will be an asterisk on the team. Another text says, I understand Mr. Trump interfered with a red card penalty against a USA soccer player and called FIFA to get it revoked. No way to win. If they win now, the U.S. team cannot hold their heads high. Shame on them, the player, and our president. Good topic for today. Thank you very much.
Okay, so give us a call. And by the way, Trump holds this press conference, like a 9-hour press conference this morning, mostly to talk about this. You know what he never has a comment about? The Patriot Front. These white nationalists, white supremacists, marching through the streets of his hometown, Washington, D.C., on Saturday. Did he say a word about that? No, we don't care about that.
I saw pictures of them in the subway, though. They were very frightening with their masks all over their faces. That's how proud they are themselves. They
Can I ask you a question?
What?
Since we haven't really talked much, we texted a little over vacation. The one thing I have to say, you and I would probably agree with Trump, and we're going to get to the World Cup thing in like 60 seconds. Would you not agree that the winning of primaries by Democratic Socialists is probably worse than 9/11, World War I, World War II, and Pearl Harbor? Well, actually, why don't we hear it? Here is Trump. He's in North Dakota for the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library. And because he doesn't understand the difference in communism and socialism or anything else,
or democratic socialism.
Right, exactly. Win these primaries. So he rails against the threat of communism. Here he is.
As we're seeing now, communism is the greatest threat to our country, including, I believe this, when I said it, I said, boy, that's pretty severe, but I think it's true. It's the biggest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, September 11th. I think it's a bigger threat, potentially a bigger threat than that, because it's like a cancer that spreads, and you better stop it fast.
That was a hell of a comment by a really smart, insightful guy.
Listen to this. This is from Kathy in Meredith, New Hampshire. Just returned from 16 days hiking in the French Alps. Abundant wildflowers, perfectly baked baguettes, exquisite cheese, real football. Alas, upon our arrival at Logan, the news of Trump's requested reversal of the suspension of the U.S. striker. Our vacation high immediately deflated. Trump cheats at everything, a complete abomination.
At everything. He cheats at everything, and he ruins everything. Dan in a car, you're first on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
I think we can agree that the United States has gotten a lot of goodwill for the World Cup and how people have been treated.
Yes, it's wonderful.
Now, if we want to regain the high ground, I would suggest that the coach should say, call was bad. We don't agree with it, but we're going to stick by the red card, and we're going to sit that player for that game. And that will regain the high ground for the United States, I think, but at least respecting the integrity.
Dan, it's a beautiful notion. You're breaking up your phone call. We got to let you go. But I would say the likelihood of that happening is a drop less than zero. But it would probably be the principled correct thing to do.
It would be a wonderful thing. Will the coach then be deported?
By the way, the one thing you have to say, either you or the caller said how great the World Cup thing has been for the United States, et cetera. I mean, everybody, I assume, unless you're part of the 32% who think Trump's this, the gift from God, was worried about ICE getting involved, deporting fans, whatever. So far, this is not over yet by a long shot. So far, Trump has stood down on that front. Would you?
Well, I think there was this expectation, and understandably from other people in other countries, that you're going to come here and it was not just going to be ICE, that the whole country had turned into fans of ICE, and that the whole country was behind Donald Trump, and that we'd become these nasty people. And they came here and they found that average Americans we're thrilled to see them. We're thrilled to have them. And, look at what happened with the Tartan Army here in Boston. True. People were ecstatic about that.
Yeah, but I have to say, I agree with everything you said. However, when they got here and found out that the winning of primaries by Democratic Socialists was worse than World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, and 9/11, that had to be jarring for international travelers. Would you not?
Worse than the Nazis. Yeah, that had to be jarring. But
can I ask you in the abstract?
What?
I'm not going to say this about the president because it'll upset some listeners. If a person in some position of authority, not the president of the United States, came on our show and said, the election of the Mondami candidates, the winning of the primaries by the Mondami candidates in New York City, and that woman in Denver was worse than 9/11, World War I, World War II, and Pearl Harbor. What would you say about that person when they left the room?
We would say we can't have that person on again.
Ever.
Because they've lost their marbles.
Right. The dumbest person who has ever walked in our studio just left.
Or the craziest.
Let's go to Chris in Gloucester. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Welcome.
Yeah, this is a classic Trump move to divide Americans. I'm sure Fox News is already setting up the narrative that the people that are mad at this move hate Trump more than they love America.
Yeah. Exactly. That's brilliant. You're so right. Keep going. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oops.
And so I hope people see through that, but that's what he's doing. And if they lose, he's going to say, oh, the people that hate me are now glad the Americans lost. It's just that game.
Chris,
but
good analysis.
Think about it,
Thanks.
Chris. So it is so lousy for the American team because they know that no matter what happens here, they lose. They lose if they win. They lose if they lose. It's just
because
awful.
to use Trump's words, it's rigged if they win because the guy shouldn't have been playing in the game. Especially, you know what's going to happen. You know this is going to happen. He's going to score the winning goal. Don't you think? I mean, isn't that the end of this movie?
He's done really well so far, and he's usually really tough. And they explain this as kind of a hitting the players in front of the back of the leg of the player in front of you with their spikes.
We're not going to get into that. He got a red card. That's all that matters. He got a red card. Doesn't matter whether it was fair or not. You know what they should do? The first caller said that the American team should hold him out as an act of principle. Can I make an alternative suggestion and see what you think? What if he only plays on one leg? Let's assume as a compromise he has to hop for the whole game. Why not? As a compromise, the American coach is not going to hold him out of the game.
Or maybe
he can only hop the whole time.
Hop is a great idea. Or skip.
Well,
just skip.
He can't run. That's another thing. What do you guys think of that? Graham and
hop, skip,
and
or
jump.
Walk.
Exactly.
Or jump. Yeah, jump.
Or backwards. He's got to run backwards. Why didn't we think? Oh, we did think of this. Graham and Amesbury, you're next. Welcome to the show. Hi, Graham.
Hey guys, how you doing?
I think
welcome
we're okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks.
Of course. No, I'm calling. I don't know if you guys heard this. This is on the theme of Trump ruins everything.
What?
But this past weekend at Sale, New York, the sloop Clearwater, which was built in the 70s by Pete Seeger to promote cleaning up the Hudson, was thrown out of the parade of Sale for having, Save the Clean Water Act and then Indigenous rights in a poster on their mainsail. So the Coast Guard came up, ushered them out of the parade, and told them they were no longer part of it. And when questioned, the answer was that it came from higher up, and the Coast Guard is part of Homeland Security.
I did not know that, Graham. Jim is looking it up right now.
Can you do us a Can one of our producers call Dusty Rhodes, who was with us last week, who is running tall ships in Boston next weekend, and find out if this ban on the Clearwater sloop is going to continue in Boston?
So, in other words, the president does not want clean water to be kind of an aspirational.
Or anything positive about indigenous people. Graham, thank you for sharing that. Unbelievable. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Political banners supporting clean water and climate solutions. I mean, ousted from the New York City parade. I didn't know that. I mean, that is
You know what's incredible about that? It's incredible that you'd even think that. Look, how many people have died over in Europe because of the intense heat that they're not used to? How many people's 4th of July? I mean, I know you love the heat.
20-some people died in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. But a lot of people are horrified by what's happening.
July 4th, when Trump spoke at 11 p.m., was the single hottest July 4th in the history of weather recording there. Do you think it's occurred to him or any of his sycophants that there's a reason for that?
No, he says it's a hoax, Jim, and he doesn't want anybody to think that we need clean air and clean water.
I have another idea.
And lowered electric bills and lowered utility bills by getting off the fossil fuel. I won't use the word I was going to use.
Another idea.
What?
Trump should only use one leg for the rest of his tour. This is a movement. I can't believe I just saw this live on the air. Really, he only one leg. You could use a different one each day, but one leg for the rest of his term.
Maybe he has to change the way he talks.
Yeah.
Maybe it has to be a whisper.
Yeah. Well, this is just the beginning of a conversation here. Let's go to Karen, who's calling us from somewhere in Illinois.
Maybe he has to speak with an Irish brogue.
Hey, Karen, welcome. Thanks for the call.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
First call, long-time listener. We love you guys.
Thank you.
Love you. My husband and I are really, we don't follow soccer.
Mm-hmm.
But these last couple of weeks have been really incredible. But when we heard, my husband and I were talking about this morning, it's like, and tell me why they changed this thing with the red card. And I said, because it's Trump. And we're a host country. And do you think FIFA really had a choice?
No, I mean, Infantino, or whatever his name is as much a Trump sycophant as all of those Congress people are. I mean,
he's been to the White House multiple times.
More than any world leader since Trump's second term, the head of FIFA has been there, Karen. So,
and of course, he didn't tell anybody else he was doing this FIFA Peace Prize for Trump this year. Apparently, he didn't tell the 37-member FIFA Council. He just did it on his own.
Hey, Karen. So, how are you and your husband approaching tonight's game against Belgium?
Oh, we're just pissed.
Okay, that's probably the right way to go. Thank you, Karen. It was a great first call. Make another one soon. Thank you very much for doing it. There was another really insightful moment from Trump today we want to share with you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware, Marjorie. Are you aware that we don't call soccer football in this country?
No, we do not.
Like the rest of the world
we have
does.
Football. That's right.
Well, Trump explained this brilliantly this morning. Here's Trump at his 14-hour press conference this morning in the Oval Office. Here it is.
We call it soccer. It's called football, I guess, but we can't really call it football because it gets there's a little confusion. So, you call it soccer. We're the only ones that do that, but we are football. And football's great. Yeah. And I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete.
Very good athlete.
I understand sports really well. Really well.
Okay, well, that sort of concludes.
No one understands. No one knows more about sports than I do. No one understands sports any more than I do. And I was the greatest athlete to ever come out of that military academy up wherever he went.
No one has ruined the World Cup better than he has either. Ever, by the way. We didn't get that sound. No one has ever ruined a World Cup match more than I.
That press conference did go on forever.
We got here.
It was about the baby bonds, right? The baby you can get if your kid was born between I think it's 2004 and 2026. You can get it right now, right?
Don't you have a grandchild get a baby bond?
Oh, well, I'm going to call my daughter and tell her immediately to apply for the Trump
it's called
baby
a Trump bond.
That's the problem. That's the problem. How bad do you want it?
Ann and Groton.
A lot of people are going to have to make that decision. Are they going to take it despite his name on it, or are they not going to take it and stand tall?
And thank you for your call. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm just wondering if Trump is aware that Balagun is apparently, according to Wikipedia, a birthright citizen. According to Wikipedia, he was born in Brooklyn to Nigerian Yoruba parents. His parents were living in London, visited London when his mother was 7 months pregnant with him. Airline staff did not allow her to return, so he apparently was born in New York City.
Wow, that is incredible research there.
We've been falling down on the job here. Our callers are filling us in. I did not know that either. I didn't know he was a black guy.
What does Trump do if he finds out about this before tonight's game at 8 o'clock?
And Nigeria is one of those countries he doesn't like.
Right, exactly.
Don't we have all sorts of bans
they have black
involving
people
Nigeria?
there. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah, I think nearly all.
And that is really important. That is really important, by the way. If he found out this guy, well, he makes exceptions to everything, though, right? It's sort of the guy's the great player. So he's a great player. So birthright citizenship is fine in that case.
Yeah, and we're not sure what Melania's deal was about coming to the United States and her parents coming to the United States, or his first wife coming to the United States. Anyway, thank you very much for that as well. 877-301-8970 is not 8970. Yeah, 8970.
Yeah, that's where we work. That's where we work right here at 8970.
Bob Rehoboth wants to know: did Trump give FIFA an orange card?
It's not a bad line, actually. Thank you very much.
Yep. I mean, everybody's saying the same thing on the text. Whatever happens with the U.S. team, it will be tainted, and I feel terrible for the players, says Elizabeth from Rosendale. And she's the sentiment is repeated over and over.
You know what?
And
by
over.
the way, not only is it horrible for the players, regardless, this is sort of like when Kash Patel went into the locker room drunk. And because the players were put in that uncomfortable position and some laughed and they took crap. So they had a great victory and suffered because of the drunken Kash Patel. And the same thing, these players are going to suffer tonight who've been working their whole lives to get to this point because of a corrupt president of the United States.
One of the texters is hoping against hope that the affected player refuses to play and rides the bench. That probably isn't going to happen either. Listen to this from Carla from Seattle. I am going to the USA Virgin Belgium game tonight. I was so happy to go, but now I'm rooting for the Belgium team because Trump put his thumb on the scale, so any win we have now is an asterisk. Doesn't he get that?
She's going to the game.
Doesn't he get that?
No, he doesn't get anything. He doesn't. He thinks World War I was not as bad and 9/11 was not as bad as a Democratic socialist winning a primary. Marjorie, the guy is gone. Martha and Randolph, hi.
Oh, here's someone.
1 second,
here's someone
Martha.
defending the president.
Good.
Jim, get it right. Trump asked if they would review the call, not asking to change the call, says Brian from Rhode Island.
Right. And Trump also, you're right, Brian, and Trump also deserved the FIFA Peace Prize because they've never had it before, but they decided to create it because he has done such a fabulous FIFA peace initiative here and there.
The joy of tonight's game has been robbed from us, says another texter.
Martha and Randolph, thanks for your patience. Hi.
Hi, Jim and Marjorie.
Hey.
Missed you so much last week.
Thanks.
Hope you had a good time off.
We did.
I love football. Good. I love football, and this is horrible for the U.S. men national team players because they're doing so good. And Trump is just a gaslighter in chief. You know, he takes something and he makes it about himself, and he ruins everything. And also an interesting tidbit, too. Andrew Giuliani is the executive director of the White House Task Force for the World Cup.
Right.
That's Rudy Giuliani's son.
Well,
so it's corruption upon corruption. FIFA gave him the Peace Prize, something that never existed before. But I do think that it's important to say that, you know, the Ronaldo thing does relate to this rule. It's only different because it was during the qualifiers.
Yes.
So this has never happened during the tournament.
Right. It happened in 62. It happened in 63
And
4 years
Ronaldo was
ago.
visiting the White House
Sorry.
right before he
But
got his
ahead.
deal, too, which is interesting.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just think that I think that Messi should have gotten a similar card, or Balogun should have not gotten this card. But I know you don't want to discuss
Yeah, but that's
this,
really. But he did get it. He did get it. And fair or unfair.
Some people think it was too harsh.
Except
that's true.
Zoe, who's our soccer playing colleague here, says under the circumstances, when you do that with your cleats, intention or not, you're in trouble. Martha, thanks. And by the way, Martha made a great point. Not only is Giuliani's kid involved in this. Howard Lutnick
Yes.
helped pave the way. So Giuliani's son
and
and
Lutnick, who
Lutnick.
visited the Epstein Island, who told everybody he was so disgusted by seeing a massage table in the middle of his apartment. He lived
Never
next to him,
again.
That he was so disgusted. He and his wife left horrified, and they would never have anything to do with this guy again. Until a few years later, he took the whole family and the
To the
nanny
island.
down to the island. We don't know what he was doing there, of course. You have no idea what he was doing there. But I mean, it's just the whole bunch of them. You know, they're trying to pass that bill on raise taxes on billionaires out in California. Go Californians.
Gavin Newsom there.
Yeah, oh my God, we're out of
Yeah.
time here so quickly.
I miss Rudy Giuliani. He's really done a lot of great things, hasn't he? Since
Yeah, where's he been? We haven't
9/11?
seen much
He
from
has a
him.
radio. He's back. Isn't he back on the radio?
I don't know.
I think he is, yeah.
Okay, coming up after
Shoe
this quick
polish
break.
still dripping right down his face.
Retired federal judge Nancy Gertner catches up on a week of Supreme Court news, mail-in voting, birthright, NPR's mistake about Justice Alito. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listening to BPR, GBH at any PM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Right back with retired federal judge Nancy Gertner.
Roaring fans, the tartan army, a Cape Verde Cinderella story. The North American World Cup is spreading joy and excitement from Boston to LA. But when the final whistle blows, will any changes last? Join me, Edgar B. Herwick III, and NPR immigration correspondent Jasmine Garst as we explore whether a global sporting event can bring the world closer together. The World Cup Effect, a special hour from GBH News, July 8th at 1 on GBH 89.7 and streaming on YouTube.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com. And MIT Sloan Executive Education, helping professionals stay competitive with 2 to 3 day courses on AI essentials, strategic leadership, and more. Details at executive.mit.edu.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy. We're streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Back at the library tomorrow, Trenny Casey joins us, John King on politics. And this is true. We will have a guest. The guest is actually the reflecting pool algae for a first sit-down interview. That'll be at the library. And the mayor, as in Mayor Wu, joins us Wednesday at the library from noon to 1. For another edition of On the Docket, we're joined now on Zoom by retired federal judge Nancy Gertner. Judge Gertner is a senior lecturer at Harvard Law School and a BPR contributor. So on the phone today, she's in transit. Judge Gertner, good to talk to you.
Good to be on.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us, even though you're stuck in traffic, Judge. Thank you. So let's start with the birthright citizenship decision. The Supreme Court said they're not going to do away with birthright citizenship, 6-3 decision, but Justice Kavanaugh kind of laid out a pathway that it could be ended going forward. So what do you make of this decision?
Well, first of all, the reporting of it was perfectly awful. The notion that this was a 6-3 decision when it was actually 5-4.
Exactly.
But the
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Because Kavanaugh.
Because of Kavanaugh, you mean?
Well, she's going to explain it.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, because Kavanaugh basically disagreed with a central tenet of the majority. He said that the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, which really clearly covers assures birthright citizenship, didn't apply here, but a statute that had been passed before the 14th Amendment was passed did apply. What that did, that is a very thin reed in order to hold the birthright citizenship, a very thin reed, because he's essentially inviting Congress to change the law, inviting Congress to repeal the statute that predated the constitutional amendments and suddenly eliminate birthright citizenship. Now, he still has to get some of the votes of the five. But what this suggests is, rather than ending this issue for all time, this is a sort of giving a hint to Trump to continue, to keep on pressing this. And he does. In a post immediately after the decision, he urges Congress to keep at it. This is completely gratuitous. I mean, Kavanaugh only had to say, join in the majority, and say, because I also believe that this statute covers birthright citizenship, and not mention anything about the constitutional issue. So this is an extraordinary concurrence. One set of commentators on the podcast Strict Scrutiny said that the explanation for it is that Kavanaugh is auditioning to be Chief Justice, which is disgusting, which is incredibly troubling.
And Judge Gertner, I don't know if you said, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, the other point about this is the challenge to birthright citizenship was a fringe argument a year ago, a fringe argument. And the notion that four justices were, persuaded to go against it is extraordinary, and says something about sort of the mobilization of right-wing ideas. I read a little bit about the Civil War amendments, and the Civil War amendments recognized that by the general language of the 14th Amendment, they were enabling a multiracial democracy, full stop, and that it didn't just apply to black people. One other point, because I'm sort of on fire here.
I hope you are. Keep going. No, really.
Justice Thomas, who throughout his career has touted the colorblindness of the Constitution. It has to be colorblind in all respects, an architect of eliminating affirmative action, etc. He interprets the 14th Amendment as protecting only freed slaves. I mean, the hypocrisy is just stunning.
The most important thing I'm so glad you said what you said, Judge, to take away is, again, 6-3 seems like a reasonable majority, even though most sane people thought it would be 7-2, because obviously Alito and Thomas, every time Trump says jump, they say how high. I wasn't aware of, by the way, I'm sure you were until I read something over the weekend, that Alito and Thomas are the only two justices, not surprisingly, who've been with Trump on every single non-unanimous Trump issue before the Supreme Court, which is really just frightening kind of thing. We're talking to Judge Nancy Gertner. Speaking of 5-4, the mail-in vote was also 5-4. The good news is that the majority, in this case, the 5 votes, said that as long as your ballot is postmarked by Election Day, states can have their own rules about what's the deadline for receipt. I got that right, did I not?
That's right. Which is sort of part of, the opposing forces wanted to stretch. The statute only talks about Election Day and doesn't talk about the hows and the wherefores of that. And the question was, the people who wanted to set aside mail-in voted wanted to stretch Election Day to mean, Election Day is in the statute, to mean that it also dealt with the ways in which mail-in balloting could be done and the timing of it, which is really, for people who care about text, is pretty outrageous. Can I say one other thing?
You can keep talking, Judge Gertner. Go ahead.
The Alito decision credits, in the birthright citizenship case, his dissent, really is a screed that people should read. He talks.
Can I interrupt you for a second? Is that your dog panting in the background?
Yeah.
It is my dog panting in the background.
I just want to make sure it wasn't you.
I'm not panting. My dog Bella Abzug is panting in the background.
That is the name of her dog. For those who don't know, Congresswoman Abzug was legendary in New York City, and that's the name of her dog.
Is he hot, or does he want water? What's going on there, Judge Gertner?
She wants water, and she has water. So
okay.
This is just, yes. She's panting in the background. I can't believe it. So you caught that. But
okay, sorry, I interrupted you. You were making another comment about birthright citizenship.
Yeah.
Keep going.
I was saying the Alito dissent goes on and on about essentially the birth tourism, which really is a minor problem, goes and really seems to hint at the great replacement theory. This notion that hordes of people are coming into this country and replacing, legacy white voters. It's a stunning descent, which again legitimizes theories which none of us should legitimize.
What do you, I never miss an opportunity to mention that Marjorie Egan said about a year or so ago on this show, Justice Roberts is going to deliver us from the wilderness.
Okay.
There is this.
I was disabused of that notion.
Okay. The whole direction of this court under this Chief Justice has changed pretty dramatically in the last couple of years. That's an obvious and fair statement, correct?
Yes, no question about it. I mean, I think he has lost control of the court. When Kennedy left, he lost control of the court. He does not have any meaningful control over the right wing of the court. But can you remind one of the thing about the birthright citizenship issue?
Yeah,
Do you remember the birthright citizenship case came up a year ago where the court was dealing with the question of nationwide injunctions? In other words, they chose to deal only with a procedural issue of whether a judge in any court could issue a nationwide injunction and deliberately put off the birthright citizenship issue, substantive issue, to recently. I mean, if there was clarity with respect to birthright citizenship, that made absolutely no sense. I mean, in other words, they could have clarified this immediately, chose to let it dribble on, and now has a decision which, although it upholds birthright citizenship, really enables Trump to keep on enhancing more birther controversies, right? Remember the birther?
Of course.
That Obama wasn't born in this country.
Yeah.
We're talking to Judge Gertner.
Judge Gertner, you mentioned before Justice Roberts, and you're the scholar at this. I'm not, but you hear that he and some of the other justices are advocates of this so-called unitary executive, placing more executive power on the president, which they have done in this term. So, is that good or is that bad? This whole unitary executive thing, and what is it?
Well, I mean, unitary executive theory says that executive power is solely lodged in the President of the United States, who's obliged to take care that the laws be enforced.
Right.
And that is not delegable to independent agencies. The impact of this, I mean, first of all, it's not in the Constitution. They are basically gleaning the meaning of the vaguest terms like take care that the laws be enforced. But in addition, the impact is stunning. I wrote an op-ed, which I'm not sure where it's going to go, but I said that this will enable the Sharpie administrative agency. What's a Sharpie administrative agency? Do you remember the hurricane?
Yes.
Do we remember
we
it?
do.
We only talked about it for about 400 hours, but go ahead.
Right. And Trump took a Sharpie and changed the direction of the hurricane.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's not an independent agency to say to the president that that's wackadoodle, the president, that could become, that could basically affect the actual real forecast.
So this decision...
enabling the president... Yeah, go on.
So this decision they just made, saying that except for the Fed, he could just fire people at will, is certainly expanding
in allegedly independent
dramatically,
agencies, yeah.
Right?
It changes that dramatically. Recently, for example, there's a proposed rule that would allow any grants, scientific grants, would then have to go through political approval.
Yes.
Approval of the people. I mean, that's essentially a paradigm of what you're talking about here, which is that the essentially independent agencies' determinations will be skewed by the political need of the chief executive, right?
Right.
The rationale is you want to align them with the policies of the president, but that alignment can take place through administrative rules that don't completely wreck the independence of these agencies. There's all sorts of, the president has appointment power on agencies, has always been able to essentially, make his will known while the agency is nevertheless still structurally independent. In other words, they're still exercising expertise.
This probably means that in addition to the FIFA Peace Prize, he will now get the Independent Agency Peace Prize in the very near future. We're talking to Judge Nancy Gertner. What do you make of Nina Totenberg is probably the most legendary arguably the most, maybe inarguably, the most respected Supreme Court reporter. Obviously, she works for NPR. She mistakenly reported the other day that Justice Roberts, at the end of the final session of the year, announced the retirement of Samuel Alito, which turned out not to be true. Most people, while they have great respect for Nina Totenberg, aren't buying her story as to the fact that it was a horrible but just a mistake. What do you make of this, Nancy Gertner?
Well, I mean, I do accept that when she wasn't in the room and she heard about retirements, and it must be that everyone in the building is expecting Alito to retire soon. And so she jumped the gun at that moment. In other words, the fact that she had a prepared article about Alito's retirement isn't surprising. She probably has one about everyone.
Especially the older justices, yeah.
Right. And I would imagine that the rumor, that there's always been rumors that Alito and Thomas would retire first. So I think that what happens is she heard retirement and thought this was the day and jumped the gun. I think that that's really the only explanation. I mean, there are rumors around, for example, that if the Democrats take the Senate, Alito and Thomas would resign in favor of younger conservatives, and that would happen, as soon as possible.
Right.
So, I mean, I think.
Well, can I interrupt you there? That is a fear that most normal people in the United States had. I would say after the defeat of Cassidy, the resignation or retirement of Tillis, and Collins running in a tough re-election fight, it's not clear to me that he has 50 votes for any replacement on the Supreme Court who is as right wing as Alito and Thomas. Would you disagree with that?
I'm not sure, but I think he'll try. I mean, I think he would certainly try.
Collins caves every time.
Well, it's an election year, Margaret.
Well, she was an election. She's done a lot of caving in election years too, and won anyway.
Judge Gertner, we only have a minute left. One of the cases this Supreme Court has agreed to take for the next term is yet another gun case to decide whether state laws that ban AR-15s for personal use those laws run afoul of the Second Amendment. Would you like to give us a very quick analysis and prediction about where that goes?
Well, I think this is a very serious issue. I think the question is whether James Madison had an AR-15. I think that's what it's going to come down to, and I'm going to do the research right now.
Could you get back to us as soon as you're done?
I will. I will. I surely will.
Judge Gertner, tell Bella it was good to hear from her, and it was wonderful to hear from you, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Judge. We've been speaking with retired federal judge Nancy Gertner.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
What?
The point she made, I'm so glad she made this. This birthright decision, while it was technically 6-3, because Kavanaugh's position is the 14th Amendment doesn't control here.
Right.
Only legislation does. It essentially was a 5-4 decision.
It was, but do you think Congress is going to get rid of the birthright citizenship?
Well, I think they can't now because obviously they couldn't get 60 votes in the Senate.
I think that would be a step too far even for this Congress.
Well, I mean, was a 5-4 vote a step too far on birthright citizenship? I would say the answer is yes to that, too. So,
okay,
who knows?
We've been speaking with retired federal judge Nancy Gertner, senior lecturer at Harvard Law School, BPR contributor. We much appreciate her time. Coming up after this quick break, we're going to speak with African American Studies professor Khalil Gibran Mohammed on the conflicting feelings around America's 250th birthday for many of us, particularly for Black Americans. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listen to BPR, GBH, and NEPM and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist Elizabeth Strout. She's back with a new novel, The Things We Never Say. She's known for the interconnected world readers know as the Stroutverse. Her latest book introduces us to new people, but familiar Strout territory. Marriage, loneliness, family strain, and the things people never quite say. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Gloucester Stage, presenting Betrayal by Harold Pinter. When two lovers meet for the last time, their affair unfolds backwards into a near-decade-long illicit love triangle. Starts Thursday, July 9th. Tickets available at gloucesterstage.com.
And the Boston Symphony Orchestra, presenting concerts at Tanglewood all summer long. Highlights include the BSO and Pops, classical soloists, and the Popular Artist Series. More at tanglewood.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy. We're streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Back at the library tomorrow. Trenny Casey on sports, John King on politics. And I know a lot of you are texting saying you don't quite get this. Well, you'll see it tomorrow. We will be doing a first ever interview with algae from the reflecting pool. We can't explain it exactly today. Just be there tomorrow and you'll see it.
That's right. We have
and
the exclusive, Jim.
We do, as we do on so many things. The mayor, as in Mayor Wu, will join us at the library in person from 12 to 1 on Wednesday. Joined on Zoom by Khalil Gibran Muhammad, professor of African American Studies and Public Affairs at Princeton, where he directs the Institutional Anti-Racism and Accountability Project. Also, the non-resident senior fellow at the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation at Harvard. Khalil Gibran Muhammad, good to see you. Welcome.
Yes, good to see you both.
Yeah.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Marjorie.
Hi,
Hey.
thank you so much for joining us. So there was a lot this weekend talking about Americans, fewer Americans being proud of the country than they were at the beginning of the turn of the century, and how difficult July 4th was, the flag waving and the fireworks, particularly for Black Americans under this administration. So what did you hear?
Well, I think that people are frankly disgusted by the current administration's attack on everything that represents the traditions of Black people in fighting for a multiracial democracy. And I can tell you from participating a couple days ago, it was a very subdued 4th of July.
Yeah.
There was not a lot of enthusiasm. And in the midst of the World Cup, it's a kind of irony that you're sort of bearing witness to the world coming together for this common pursuit of community through sport. And yet right now, the United States feels like an outlier in that story, with the exception of the team itself. And yet President Trump managed to, bleep that up too.
Well, except one of our callers said to us at the top of the show, she did a little research and found out that Balogun actually is a birthright citizenship person. So when Trump finds that, he's probably going to get the red card reinstated.
But it was a really weird thing to go by houses that were decorated to the nines with July 4th paraphernalia and American flags, to feel almost hostile. I mean, it was a weird feeling. I feel like I don't know. It was just a very weird thing.
Yeah, and we should at least acknowledge that on Saturday morning, on the day of the nation's 250th, a group of white supremacists, the Patriot Front, boarded public buses for their rally. There's an incredibly jarring and disturbing image reported in the New York Times of a Black woman sitting on the bus, presumably just using the bus to commute from one place to the other, and surrounded by masked white men wearing regalia to denote their white supremacist organization.
Well, also, I mean, just to continue the theme, of course, we could continue it forever. This comes just days after Haitians in this country find out that their temporary protected status is being revoked by this president. And I would say if they were from Norway, based upon his history, they wouldn't be facing that. Continuing the same theme, what also happened on July 4th itself is the White House released this 160-plus page report about some of the nation's museums, particularly the Smithsonian, which is now being accused of anti-white bias. And even worse than having anti-white bias, I'm sure in Trump's mind, is they also have the first black leader that they have had. I've asked you this question in other contexts, but this is sort of your academic hat there, Khalil Gibran Muhammad. One of the things I worry about is beyond the immediate impact of the racism, the relentless racism that comes out of this administration, the practical impact of Trump cracking down, as I'm assuming he will, on the Smithsonian. What happens to the tangible history that he determines can no longer be exhibited? I find it hard to believe that he's going to make sure that it's carefully stored in a warehouse or a back room until a non-sadist racist takes over this country again. What happens to the things that he says we should no longer be seeing, whether it's at a national park or the Smithsonian or anywhere else?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. You're talking about the actual physical collections that are part of these museums. They are real artifacts, actual things. To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, besides being put in storage under dark covers to keep them dust-free by the people who actually do this work, I don't think it matters in that respect for the Trump administration or their officials. In this respect, they're concerned about the stories that are told. They're not concerned about the items or objects themselves. And one object can tell multiple stories depending on what the text is attached to it. And I think that's kind of their point. If you read the report that was issued and reported on by the New York Times, Saving Our Story, Saving America, which is an extension of an earlier executive order, I wrote about it in U.S. News and World Report about a year and a half ago, they are concerned ultimately that the story of the founders is attached to slavery. So, let's say you have Ben Franklin's frock coat. I mean, it could be anything. It could be one of his almanacs, Poor Richard's Almanac. The point is that they want the almanac attached to a unifying story of greatness of Franklin, not that Franklin supported at some point, which he did later change, slavery. So that's the problem here. It's not the artifacts themselves.
So if it's not the artifacts themselves, you're teaching at a university, a couple of universities. Let's say a kid was, let me pick a number, 7 years old when Trump was first elected. 8 of the next 12 years of that kid are in a history-erasing, history-denying presidency. What is that kid like when he or she or they show up at Princeton or at Bunker Hill Community College or wherever as a 17-year-old?
Well, I think it matters who their parents are, to be honest with you. And I think it matters what part of the country they live in. I mean, that's the great tragedy here. America has never been one country, despite our unifying patriotic themes. There are many Americas, and that's been the case based on geography, based on history, based on the proximity to non-white people. As a consequence, that 77-year-old growing up somewhere in Mississippi, if he happens to be white in a very red state, is probably going to be hostile to any messages at Princeton from textbooks or from readings. Encountering James Baldwin for that kid for the first time might be traumatizing. So it really just depends, Jim. But the point you're making is that we have a very anti-scientific, anti-truth agenda coming from this administration. And again, we could debate over the emphasis on one or the other. What we cannot debate is what amounts to slavery and racism denial. We have an administration that is thoroughly committed to ensuring that we understand anti-Semitism in as many guises, even as it practices anti-Semitism, to be clear. Here, we are committed nationally by this administration to erasure and denial of the institution that actually, to use a Trumpism, make America great.
Well, there's a headline in The Hill, the biggest threat to higher education isn't making headlines. The story goes on to talk about, we know that, Trump came in, he froze all these research grants and shut down any reference to diversity, equity, inclusion programs, revoked student visas, international student visas, et cetera. But they talked about this move by the Office of Management and Budget just a few weeks back, which proposed revisions to schools and for federal financial assistance. So you've got to be in line, apparently, with the president's policy priorities, which means that you wouldn't get funded research that denies, quote, the sex binary in humans, unquote, or supports illegal immigration, voter registration, or diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. All these things that are kind of in line with the president's racist, kind of anti-LGBTQ stuff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But this is not just at the Smithsonian. This is like colleges and universities around the country.
That's true. That's exactly right. The unifying tool here is to destroy truth in wherever it exists, and to use, as fascists have always done, projection as the mechanism to convince the people that you are protecting them or that you are doing something in the name of national and civic pride. So when Ron DeSantis famously stood at a podium with the word indoctrination underneath it, he was accusing people like me who teach African-American studies of indoctrinating students to hate America, to believe that all white people are racist. Even if you took that at face value, which is not true, but let's just say for argument's sake, if you took it at face value, the Trump administration is doing just the opposite. Their indoctrination is to impose a vision of a white Christian nation where there is no room for dissent. There is no acknowledgement of actual things that happened. We're not talking about fancy here. We're talking about the actual reality that women could not vote in this country until 1920. So, we could go down the list, but they are substituting one form of indoctrination of what they accuse is another.
So Khalil Gibran Muhammad, one thing that Trump has not just proposed, but went into effect on July 1st from the so-called Big Beautiful Bill law affects everybody regardless of their politics, caps on loans that are available to kids, students, and their parents. From what I understand, the theoretical purpose is not an anti-higher ed one on the part of the administration, but rather putting pressure on colleges and universities to charge less, which I assume it will not have that kind of effect. What is the effect of these caps that went into place on July 1st? What's the effect likely to be?
Well, I'll say two things quickly. Some economists do think that the more money that federal loans make possible as access for students to afford to go to graduate school or to undergraduate institutions, the higher the sticker price will be. Except at the undergraduate level, a lot of universities that are the most expensive essentially discount for students whose parents make less than, say, $200,000, as is true at Yale, or $150,000.
Started by your good friend Larry Summers, if I'm not correct. Is that not correct?
I don't know. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So that's one issue. The other issue, though, is if you want an uneducated population, you will make it harder to go to college. Look, Rick Santorum, who was a congressman, a senator who ran against Obama in 2012, famously attacked Obama for trying to increase college enrollments, particularly at the community college level, by proposing legislation that would make it free across the board for community. He said, why would people want to go to college? This is a terrible idea. This is liberal indoctrination. So the Republican Party and Trump and MAGA have been committed for a long time at reducing the number of people who get an education that allows them to think expansively, to be critical of the world that we live in.
So do you think that will be the consequence, the inevitable consequence of these loan caps that we're talking about here?
I think there's no question. College we will see a mixture. Some schools will become more expensive. Some schools will become less expensive. They'll figure out how to lower the cost because they know their students will pay more. So it's too early to tell. But there was a long report, for example, that basically said the business model of college is broken and calling for university officials to reimagine what it is they're doing. I think this is both interesting, but also deeply flawed because the premise of it is the root of a kind of larger antitrust movement that is happening. I shouldn't use that word. Lack of trust movement is happening, which is to say that people feel like college isn't working for them. But the truth is that the world economy isn't working for most people. So it's not college per se. It is the fact that late-stage capitalism has produced tremendous inequality, insecurity, and austerity in our public spending. which means that whether you go to college or not, it's not clear what the consequence would be. College has become the scapegoat for a broader economic problem in society.
You know, since you mentioned capitalism, you're the perfect person to ask something we were talking about earlier. Would you agree with Donald Trump that the winning of primaries by Democratic Socialists is worse than World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, and 9/11? Would you agree with that, Khalil Gibran Muhammad?
It's unbelievable what this guy comes up with.
I know. But you know, we're almost out of time here. But I've thought a lot of community colleges, which are much less expensive, are great schools. And we have a problem in the public schools in the United States of America with kids graduating and they can't do math, they can't do grammar, and they can't read and write. They do all this.
You mean the K through 12s?
K through 12, and the community colleges do a great deal of remediatory, or is that the right word? Remediation, or whatever it is. Remedial work.
What's your point?
Well, that's very important, because if you don't have those basic skills to go on in your life as an adult, you're not going to go to Princeton, but you're certainly going to be able to work in the world. And I think Jim and I fight about this all the time. I think public education's in big trouble. He doesn't, but I think the community colleges step in the breach there.
You have a minute.
Well, Marjorie, I would say just quickly to echo your point, community colleges have been working brilliantly.
Yes.
They have been doing exactly what you've described, and yet they have also been targeted, sometimes indirectly, because a lot of their workforce development commitments, that is teaching people how to do hard skills to satisfy regional employment demands, have been considered DEI under this administration. And the people run the gamut from low-income whites to first-generation women attending college to, of course, men and women of color. So this is a kind of slash and burn tactic that is going to have tremendous downstream effects on Americans' ability to meet basic economic needs in this society.
Yeah, absolutely. And takes care of a lot of those adults going back to school at 28 and 30 and 35 and all that stuff too. But anyway, thank you so much for being with us.
Good to see you as always.
Sorry about the 4th of July.
Well, we did. We had July 5th, and Frederick Douglass is always remembered on July 5th.
Okay. So. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Be well.
We've been speaking with Khalil
Gibran
Muhammad, Professor of African American Studies and Public Affairs at Princeton, where he directs the Institutional Anti-Racism and Accountability Project. He's also the non-resident senior fellow at the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation at Harvard. Thank you very much to him. Okay, we say goodbye to those of you listening on NEPM. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tune in to the fabulous 413 at 3 this afternoon. We're going to keep going here in Boston after this quick break. An AI-generated transit map proposed by a Boston City Councilor is raising eyebrows. We'll talk about that in our transit panel. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Brady. You are listening to BPR, GBH, and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Unlock all NPR Plus podcasts by supporting GBH and enjoy exclusive perks like the Sunday Puzzle Podcast, early access, and bonus episodes from some of your favorite shows. Learn more at gbh.org/NPR Plus.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Peabody Essex Museum, Salem's destination for authentic witch city lore and witch trials history since 1799. Ticket information and more at PEM.org. And Standish Village in Dorchester's Lower Mills, providing assisted living residents with programs designed to help seniors stay sharp, social, and independent. Learn more at standishvillage.com/programs.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH, Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're going to be back at the Boston Public Library tomorrow. Trini Casey's going to be with us, our sports authority, John King from CNN, and the first ever exclusive interview.
What are you laughing about? It's the first ever.
With the algae.
With the algae from the reflecting pool. By the way, if you don't believe it, you show up at the library or watch it on streaming.
Yeah.
We are interviewing algae, from the reflecting pool.
It's not easy.
Okay, fine. You got it. We know what it's not. Mayor's going to be there on
Okay.
Wednesday, too,
Yeah,
Marjorie.
thank you very much. Hello, Jim.
Noon to 1.
Okay.
Marjorie forgot that because she's convulsing. We're joined live in Studio 3 by Chris Dempsey and Bill Straus. Chris is a former Assistant Secretary of Transportation for Massachusetts, currently of the urban planning firm Spec Dempsey. Bill Straus, a former state rep who served as the House Chair on the Transportation Committee on Beacon Hill. Chris and Bill, good to see you both. Thanks for being here.
Great to be back.
Yeah. Hey, thank you both very much for coming in. So let's start with Governor Healy was asked to whether she still supports the head of the T and the head of the Transportation Department, at least the interim, Phil Eng, because he pulled somebody's hair 2 years ago and the person was upset about it. What do you think?
I guess the general manager is infallible.
Yeah.
Or not. I mean, the
Can
guy
you
has
explain
had
what
such
he
a
did
good.
for the 3 people who don't know about this.
Well, I mean, I only know the news reports, right?
Well,
so
same with us.
I
Go
wasn't
ahead.
in the room, but he apparently made some joke related to his baldness, his lack of hair. And when he did so, he tugged on somebody else's hair. I think it was a black woman, and made some joke and tugged on her hair, touched her hair. And he said that he regrets it, that it was insensitive. And clearly it was a mistake. I think he is showing leadership by apologizing. It's unfortunate that this is a focus now because he's done so many other great things at the T and at MassDOT, and I do not want to see this derail that leadership. But at the same time, it is a moment to say, hey, we all have to be better and more sensitive.
Hey, but we should say in this, because I tend to be where Chris is, Bill Straus, the woman filed some sort of complaint. So apparently his apology or whatever it was not enough for her. So that obviously has to be taken into consideration here.
Sure, and no one is excusing the behavior as best any of us know it. None of us were in the room. I haven't talked to anyone who was in the room, but the behavior isn't to be excused. But some proportionality is called for here, I think, and I think that's what Chris is saying as well, and I agree. Look at who he is. We've all probably worked with or observed abusive supervisors in our lives. And when an organization is plagued by that kind of person, word travels. That's not the book on Phil Eng. And so I think in this case, from what we know of public reporting, it has to be put in perspective.
There's no evidence it's a pattern.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm just going to say,
this,
if you're a repeat offender, it's one thing. If you're not a repeat offender, as far as we know, he is not. An apology, I'm so glad, it actually also matters, assuming it's a real one, not if I hurt anybody, if I offended anybody. Yep. I think it matters.
We could all apologize more for things we do in our lives.
Okay,
that is
part
true.
of public life.
That
The
is
reason
true.
we started-
Jim's going to apologize in just a couple of minutes.
Off the air, actually. I'll be doing that at about 1:05.
I mean, we have a president who never apologizes for anything, right?
That's
And
right.
it sets this bad dynamic throughout society.
Okay.
Okay, so
Let's
wait a
start-
second. No, let me do this, Marjorie.
What, Cape Cod Bridges?
Yeah, Marjorie pretended that she cared about the Phil Eng situation because she didn't want to start with the only thing she cares about. All Marjorie cares about today, trust me on this, it doesn't matter what denial she let. The Cape Cod Bridges apparently have gotten over another federal hurdle, which theoretically means, which I cannot imagine under Donald Trump, that the federal funding for the building of new bridges, you're nodding in agreement, Chris Dempsey, is secured. Is that true?
Well, this hurdle was necessary for the funding to happen. It's not sufficient for the funding to happen, but it is a big step.
What happened exactly?
It's approval of the final environmental impact statement or review. Basically, the Fed saying this meets our federal environmental standards or requirements.
First one since the Big Dig.
Why didn't they deny that, by the way? And because they know Trump. I'm serious, totally serious about this. Because they know Trump isn't fond of Massachusetts.
If Trump wants to kill this, he's going to find ways to kill it that are beyond the environmental permitting. I think he's so distracted by the algae in the pool and the new
soccer
Arctic
match.
Triumph and the soccer match, the red card. I know you guys have been talking about that today.
And we do have significant cost issues still to get over, not just funding, but what it will cost. And the next stage, now that this threshold has been passed, is to hear from 3 to 5 different potential bidders. And I think everyone is on edge as to what kind of numbers
You mean for
we're
the
gonna
state's
see.
share at the end of the day?
For the project.
But even if the feds come through, what the remaining share would be?
Well, it's going to be hundreds of millions for sure, just for the Sagamore Bridge. But when we see the overall project, which will be with an additional digit, so it'll be well over $1 billion and numbers of billions to build this bridge. There's no question.
You seem to be saying don't count your bridges before they're built kind of thing. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly the phrase I'm going to use.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Is that what you're going here?
Exactly. We have many hurdles. This one, as Chris says, was necessary. So it's kind of like you have to use the sports analogy, you're going to have to bat 4 for 4 to get this one done. And so one hit, okay, that's great. But you're going to have to get on base
we're into the round of
time.
16, but we got to get into the round of 8 next.
So we're talking like probably 20 years, even if things go well. This is going to be a long time of people holding their breath and saying their prayers when they drive over the Sagamore Bridge and sit on it like for 15 minutes because everybody's going 1 mile an hour.
I'm thinking 5 to 10.
5 to 10?
Yeah.
He's an
Really?
optimist.
Okay, let me ask you another question. I should know the answer to this, but I don't. When they do build the new Sagamore Bridge, I presume they're going to build it next to the one that's there, so the old Sagamore Bridge will continue to be used until the new one is there.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's not, those bridges are not unsafe today. They're what's
Yeah.
called functionally obsolete,
Yeah.
which is that you would never design a bridge like that today.
No, I think of that all the
But-
time. Don't worry, it's only functionally obsolete when I'm sitting there and thinking about 150 feet to the bottom.
I'm sensing you're on this bridge regularly.
I was waiting to get over it for 2 hours yesterday. I'll tell you that. But
You
it was
need a
4th of July.
button
Was
to
really hot.
deploy pontoons on the side of your car.
That's
You know,
right.
just-
I asked Governor Healy once on the show if she was not scared. When you get to the top of the Sagamore and you're stalled because of the traffic, there's nobody I know who's not terrified. And I asked her, and she obviously said the right thing, which was, I'm not. It's a terrifying
I'm terrified.
experience, I
I'm
should
terrified.
say. And you see the sign that says built in 1622 or whatever. The damn sign
1933.
said.
I see it every time I go across. 1933. You know, they built. I just went to visit one of my kids in New Jersey, and I went over the new Tappan Zee Bridge, which is now the Mario Cuomo
Bridge, yeah.
which is this gorgeous.
Yeah.
It looks like the Zakim Bridge, but it's about 3 times the size or 4 times the size. How'd they manage to do that down there in New Jersey?
Well, for all our critiques of Governor Cuomo, I'm blanking on his name now.
Andrew.
Andrew Cuomo. Thank you. Not his brother, Chris, the newscaster.
Yeah, we're glad his father. Good thing his father isn't around to see what's happened to those two.
So Andrew Cuomo, had lots of faults and should apologize for a lot more things and had a track record, it turns out, that different from the general manager. But he did get a bunch of big projects built. The
Yeah.
2nd Avenue subway he got built, the Tappan Zee Bridge he got built.
Beautiful.
And I had some interactions with his office in a past life. He was a guy that said, let's make this happen. And he kind of cut red tape and made things happen. And that's why there's a new bridge there.
By the way, Phil Lang
and I
is
think
joining-
that one
excuse me.
came in at I think $5 to $8 billion, as I recall.
Phil Lang is joining. Whoa. Phil Lang is, I just want to say, this is joining us on August 5th. I wasn't aware of that thing. I'm sorry.
No, I just want to drive back and forth there, so I keep going over that.
Okay,
bridge
can I
'cause
ask,
it's really
but let's
cool.
not leave this for a second. Well, you said 5 to 10 years in response to Marjorie's 20 or 30, Bill Straus. The way you're talking about this is, I'm just asking, seems this, it's there are 4 steps or whatever the hell you said, and this is one. If you were on a prediction market or whatever those are called, would you bet this thing is going to happen?
I would.
Oh, you would?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I've always viewed, even though
Okay.
it didn't affect the area I represented, but I do put it as the number one necessary priority for a bridge and road project pending in Massachusetts.
Do your successors on the Transportation Committee agree with you?
I haven't asked them.
But you know.
Yeah, I think everyone
Okay,
identifies
okay,
this.
fine.
A lot
It
of
just has
people-
to happen.
A lot of people a lot of rich people will fly to Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket, but a lot of people who aren't from Massachusetts come to Massachusetts. It's not just in Massachusetts.
Well,
Marjorie, don't pretend. It's
and
not
for the
about
sake
you.
of-
I mean, you're such a. I mean,
And for the sake of the year-round residents,
Yeah.
I mean, this is an
Look at her.
obligation that everyone in the
turning
state
red.
owes to the not just for economic reasons, but to the population out there
And the federal
that
government.
These
'Cause these are federally owned bridges.
They're
Right.
federally owned. It's an extra step, frankly, that the state is putting in any money. It's owned by the Army Corps of Engineers.
Why don't we have that Greenwater company build the bridges? Save a few bucks. Okay, we're talking to Chris Dempsey and Bill
Years ago, you know this. I interviewed one of the only people to jump off the Sagamore Bridge
I know
and
you
survive.
and survive. I know you did.
It was a great story. Yeah, he was. That was.
We still haven't identified the woman who jumped out of the burning car into the Mystic.
Orange Line.
Is that
She
incredible?
never identified herself. Yeah.
Boy, that's really humble. Blue Hill Avenue. I assume people have been. If you can give Chris like a 30-second intro to what the issue is, from buses down the middle to a potential Orange Line underground. But the reason we want to talk about it is not just about the project, but it seems to me that it's yet another example of a government wanting to do something that it believes in, and a neighborhood being unconvinced.
Yeah.
Lots of neighborhoods through the years that this is not in our self-interest. So give us a brief summary before you both comment on this.
So this is a vital corridor north to south in Boston. It carries thousands of cars a day, thousands of bus riders per day. And I think importantly, it really goes through the heart of what you would call Black Boston, Boston's black neighborhoods, from Mattapan all the way up to Roxbury. And this is a community that feels like it's gotten the short end of the stick time after time, that things have been done to it, not with it. And so there's a real reluctance, I think, in the community to embrace the change that, nerdy planners like me are saying is going to be really good for the community. And I want to be very clear. I do think that adding dedicated bus lanes and what's called bus rapid transit service would be an enormous improvement for this neighborhood. But I don't live there. I don't represent the people in that neighborhood. And you're seeing this debate play out between some folks who are staunchly opposed and those who are supportive. And I think a hero in this story is State Representative Russell Holmes, who you should have on the show if you haven't had him on recently.
We have had him on.
Fantastic. Years, but not enough recently.
Fantastic guy. Who's saying, look, I think this is the right thing for my community, even though a lot of my constituents are telling me they're pretty uncomfortable with it. So there's this battle about space, about bus riders versus drivers versus cyclists, and how do you improve a corridor that today doesn't really work for anybody, using state and federal dollars to make it better, but in a way where people can embrace that change.
Has Wu done a decent job, in your estimation, of involving the community in this decision-making? She's here in 2 days, and we'll obviously discuss it with her.
I would put it this way. I think she has tried her best, and she has still not persuaded the community that it's the right change, and I'm sad about that.
So there's an alternative plan. I don't know if I'd call it a plan. Some city councils are talking about an Orange Line underground in lieu of this kind of thing there.
Look, I think they're doing a great job just bringing another option to the table. My own read is that a fixed train is not the way to go. There's, for some reason, historically, compared to other cities in the country and around the world, buses are viewed as a second-level public transit option. And in a lot of cities, buses are tops, and specifically with what we call bus rapid transit, which is these fixed station stops. Mexico City has done extraordinary things, and a number of cities in the U.S. Populations say, give us the enhanced bus service. And frankly, if it doesn't work, you can drive the buses somewhere else. So with respect to the efforts of the two city councilors, I think a better public transit option is what attracts riders. But until you have consensus, and consensus is not unanimity, you'll never get that. But until you have consensus with the community that's going, is right there in this area, you're going to have a stalemate. So that sadly, somebody could be having the same conversation 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So somebody has to push the ball here.
What about White Stadium? Wouldn't that help public transit stuff for White Stadium? I mean, you're not exactly there, but you're close.
I think some of the same voices who are opposed to the bus system are also opposed to the changes at White Stadium and what's happening there.
Okay.
So, I mean, let's be clear about some of the numbers here. These are two of the MBTA's 5 busiest bus lines. They carry tens of thousands of riders per day. This is a neighborhood that has a lot of transit-dependent riders.
And it's a big strip in the middle of the street that's just sitting there, useless.
And the average speed for those buses today is under 7 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So you could basically walk as fast as these buses are moving through traffic as they plod on the right side of the road, fighting with double-parked cars, fighting with people that are parked in bus spaces. Putting them in the center and giving them dedicated space gives them a much faster trip.
And let me say this. I talked to somebody who does represent people in the area, not Russell in this case, but while the mayor does often like to get involved in issues, I'll just say this, my own speculation, maybe this is an issue she wouldn't mind the state, the T, Phil Lang, stepping in and taking the lead on pushing for some sort of agreement to get something done. Because the biggest risk here is not only that nothing will happen, but when you have grant opportunities, that money will always go somewhere else. If you can't, in a community, decide what you want, believe me, there are plenty of others looking for the same money.
And somewhere else, like a totally different state. Not just another community in Massachusetts, but it's going to go to Oklahoma or Florida.
She's taking a lot of pushback. Every time we have her on, there's a big anti-white stadium contingent.
Yeah, but I want to just comment on that. Right around election time, we looked at the election results.
Yeah.
From the district
People
in which White Stadium is. And I'm not saying this is conclusive, but it surely is relevant. Even in that community, Josh Kraft, whose sole issues were bike lanes and White Stadium, was crushed. So It's not suggesting that this is an illegitimate opposition. It's suggesting that, as you say, unanimity is not achievable, but whatever. So did you see the AI map that is found? How humiliating is this, by the way? The counselors put out an AI map that has, look at the look on your face.
So explain this one.
So I'm friendly with both of those counselors, especially Counselor Worrell.
Yeah.
That was not their best work.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. I love the drama and the passion of drawing lines on maps to create new train lines. I used to do that as a kid all the time.
Claude says, I make mistakes.
Every urban planner, all my colleagues, we used to do that as kids, right? That's who we are. We like to draw lines on maps about where new transit service can go. In this case, it is not a practical and pragmatic solution to this problem. That line on that map would cost $3, $4, $5 billion and take 30 or 40 years. And it's not going to help the riders that are sitting in traffic today.
They could dedicate the Orange Line the same day they dedicate the new Sagamore Bridge in 40 years.
That's the other thing. Using the center strip would be much quicker than certainly an Orange Line underneath. I mean, it just talk about
and that's why I say there is, for some reason, this feeling that bus, which can run great head speeds if designed well, has this stigma that somehow you're being shortchanged if you get great bus service dedicated in a setting like this.
So we're not only going to, I just want to say, we're going to discuss this with Mayor Wu on Wednesday and also reach out to Russell Holmes, who we haven't talked to in far too long.
He's a great guy. I forget what we talked to him about before, but whatever it was.
I think it was fixing the match between Belgium and the United States.
I was going to say, we almost made it through the whole segment without whose name.
Well, we didn't mention his name. We just mentioned the rigging
how
of
he's going to put the
the
kibosh on the
World
Cape Cod
Cup.
bridges?
Yeah.
The name shall not be
that's
used.
true.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Nice
you
to see
very
you
much,
guys. Thank you so
gentlemen. We'll be
much for
speaking
your
with
time.
Chris Dempsey, former Assistant Secretary of Transportation for Massachusetts, currently of the urban planning firm Spec Dempsey. Also, Bill Straus, the former state rep who served as chair on the Transportation Committee of the State House. Thank you very much for coming in. Coming up after this quick break,
Good to see you
A
both.
Midsummer Night's Dream returns outside on the Boston Common performances. I'm going to tell you all about them, courtesy of Commonwealth Shakespeare Company. We'll hear about that next. I'm Marjorie Egan Houston Browdy, listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Sometimes the story you need to hear isn't the one dominating the news. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III, host of The Curiosity Desk. Our mission? To be your guide through it all. From how does it work to how did we get here? From compound interest to, compounds, like molecules and stuff. We'll follow our curiosity wherever it leads. Join us on the journey, weekdays at 1 here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the Massachusetts Educational Financing Authority, committed to simplifying college planning for families over 45 years with trusted guidance, interactive tools, step-by-step videos, and more. MEFA.org.
And the Boston Speakers Series, announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings featuring Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA head Charles Bolden. bostonspeakers.org.
Welcome back to BPR 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow, Trenny Casey on sports, CNN's John King on politics, and really stop texting about this. I'm telling you, we will be interviewing the reflecting pool algae itself.
That's right.
Don't ask, just be there. They will be interviewed. They or it? Do you call it it? It will be interviewed first. I believe it's a first. And Mayor Wu will join us on Wednesday at the library for an hour, 12 to 1, for Ask the Mayor. For a little local escapism, Bostonians and others need a head only so far as the Common downtown, where this summer the enchanted tale of Athenian nobles and mischievous fairies plays out for free. Commonwealth Shakespeare Company is bringing A Midsummer Night's Dream to all, starting in just a few weeks. On the 22nd, you go to com, as in C-O-M-M, shakes, as in shakes.org, comshakes.org for more info. Now joined by Commonwealth Shakespeare Company's founding artistic director. You must be really old, by the way. This is 30 years. Stephen Mahler. Stephen, congratulations. It's great to see you.
I was 15 when I started.
I don't think so. Right. And actor and director Karen McDonald, who is tasked with the role of Quince for this production. Karen, great to see you, too. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
So let's start with the 30 years. I mean, you have really grown. Tell us what happened 30 years ago.
Yeah, 30 years ago, my friend Joe Moyna and I came together with a small group of folks to say, if we want to be the Athens of America here, speaking of Athenians, we have to have free Shakespeare on the Boston Common. Only problem was the Boston Common wasn't available to us that year because there was a lot of renovations going on. So we set up shop on Copley Square and did 4 performances of, wait for it, A Midsummer Night's Dream in 1996 to kick off the company. And so here we are 30 years later, and we're coming back to that title to celebrate this incredible journey that we've had over the 30 years of working on the Common.
It's an enchanted evening. Tell us what you see when you come down to Midsummer Night's Dream or any Shakespeare play out on Boston Common in the middle of the summer.
Well, you see gazillions of people, and everyone is encouraged to, everything's available to you. If you would like to have a chair, a low beach chair to sit in, you can do that. If you want to bring your blankets, your children, your picnic, your drinks, you can do that. There are places where you can get food and drink, and usually no matter what kind of day it has been, it always cools off, I promise you, on the Common at night because there's trees and breeze.
I want to talk about the outdoor thing for a second. As an actor, you, not me, is everything. My attitude is nothing is ever as good as people tell you it's going to be, and then it is. When I went for the first time, we had this discussion this morning. Seeing Shakespeare outside with the natural world around you is thrilling. It is. What's it like being on a stage in that physical environment?
It is equally thrilling, I think, just from a different perspective. We're on the stage, but when you come out and you see all the people who have come, small children, folks that you can assume know the play well, whatever play it is you're doing, folks who know nothing about the play that we're doing, it's just that feeling of being outside, public, join in. People are walking by on the Common and stop. So, I mean, it can be challenging, but we actors luckily are mic'd, so there's no problem being heard. And it's really fun to tell. I mean, we can only see, I don't know, what do you think, Steve, like a third? Maybe of the audience. Past that, we know it's this vast ocean of people. Because you can tell mostly at the end of the play.
Well, it was outdoors 400 years ago, right? It was so it's sort
absolutely
of a
it's
tradition.
a continuation, and of course, there's so many great, wonderful, free Shakespeare events happening all over the country, all over the world. And it's just so amazing to be able to do this in Boston with exceptional actors like Karen and the rest of this fantastic company of actors that we've got. But just to be out there with, 5,000, 10,000 of your closest friends sharing these great stories. It's what's better than that on a summer night?
So it's going to start the Wednesday, is it the 29th of July?
22nd
of July, and run through
August 9th,
So
Sunday.
you'll have a lot of opportunities to get out there and see it.
Every night except Monday night. And there are a couple of matinees that we snuck in there too. So go to the website and check that out. It can be warm, but it's also nice to be out there in the middle of the
What
day.
do you do when it rains?
Well, we try to hold, first of
Yeah.
all. We have a whole team that's watching the weather for us, and we contract out a team to work on that with us. We have been so lucky. I'm not going to jinx myself now. We're not doing the Tempest, so that's good. We know when we do the Tempest, we're just inviting bad weather. But I've been out there so many times where this wall of weather is coming at us, and then it just parts around the Boston Common.
Nice.
And so
Nice.
it goes to people.
One of the things I
sorry.
think the times I've been there is that you do see some people with little kids who would never sit, for 45 minutes, never mind an hour and a half, but they can kind of scoot around the blankets and they can run around a little bit without, causing a ruckus. It makes it easy for young families to come and visit.
Plus, I think the stories engage kids.
Yeah.
I mean, little boys. I remember when we were doing Hamlet. I mean, please, sword play.
Yeah,
they're
that's
right
true.
up like.
That's true.
Well,
That's me doing that.
Since I am a great Shakespeare expert, I will make this comment, and feel free to impolitely say I don't know what I'm talking about. One of the beauties of Midsummer Night's Dream is it seems to me it's a more accessible kind of thing for a non-Shakespeareophile, if that's a word. Is that a fair statement, do you think? Or you can say I'm wrong. That's fine.
No, I think that's fair, but I must say that having done a number of his plays, been fortunate enough to do that in various theaters, I think it's far more understandable and enjoyable than people give it credit for.
In
They're
Shakespeare
all-
in general.
Yeah, that
I
they're
do
just great
too.
stories.
You don't have to be smart to get the point. I mean, you sit there, King Lear, that's terrible. It's terrible children.
Yes.
Everybody can relate to that.
It's a terrible children,
Hamlet
yes.
may be a little bit more violent than families. Let's hope are not that bad. But I think they're really relatable. Tell us about Quince.
Peter Quince in this case will be called Petra Quince. So I am the leader of the mechanicals, which is the third group. There's the fairies, there's the lovers, and then the humans, if you will. And then there's the mechanicals, the lesser, the low status guys.
Okay.
So we have a little theater company. We want to do a play for the Duke when he gets married. So I am the director of the play. So it's been a lot of fun. We have a great bunch of guys playing the mechanicals. I am the only woman, and I'm tapping into inspiration from a lot of directors that I have worked with over the years in various theaters, mostly at the ART, I would say.
Okay.
So she's kind of foreign, I would say. She might be a visitor from a different country.
Oh, okay.
What's he like to work with? Like I'm pointing
he's
to him.
awful.
That's
She's
why
totally
That's why
inspiring
people
her
have worked
character
with
by
Steve
me.
for 30 years.
You know what I
he's
want to
great.
ask you about? This already happened, so we can't be sending people to go see it. But I heard wonderful things about Romeo and Juliet for the students. Tell us about that. That happened in May, I think, right?
Yeah, so a big part of our mission obviously is education, not only educating like the next generation of artists and artisans, but also the next generation of audiences. We feel like this is just an important obligation and responsibility and joy, frankly, of our company. So we had about 6,000 middle school and high school kids come to see Romeo and Juliet at the Strand Theater in Dorchester. Many of them their first live theater, most of them their first Shakespeare. And I think that's one of the things that's so inspiring about this work at the Strand and also on the Common is people think these plays are inaccessible because they're trying to read them, which is very, very, very hard. If I'm trying to read a play that I'm not familiar with by Shakespeare, it's very hard. But when you have these fantastic actors like Karen and company on stage, the plays just spring to life. And every summer, a little kid will come up to me afterwards and say, "Was that Shakespeare? Because I understood everything."
That's great.
Yeah, I think the kids got Romeo and Juliet. You got the sword fighting that you talked about before. Then you got, of course, the kissing.
Sure. I distinctly remember it's a moment that stands out. It was my first time out on the Common in a production of Twelfth Night, where my dear friend Tommy Dara was playing Malvolio, And he walked out with the yellow stockings and the whole silly outfit, as he has been commanded to do by the love letter. And a tiny little boy stood up right at the front of the stage and pointed at him and went, ha, ha, ha.
Oh, no.
And Tommy walked right over to him and stood right in front of him with his hands on his hips. And he walked away, and the little boy did it again. I mean, it's just like, it's that kind of interaction that it's priceless, because that's what Shakespeare was writing. You know, all those people that stood during his plays were the groundlings, and they were standing, and they could throw food, they could give a review.
We don't
they
encourage
could do
food throwing.
No, we don't.
That's the voice of Karen MacDonald, who is tasked with the role of Quince in Midsummer Night's Dream, starting July 22nd. The other person here is Stephen Mahler, who's the founding artistic director, 30 years worth at the Commonwealth Shakespeare Company. One last thing about the thing for the students. You know, I always, when I hear, I don't know, somebody who has the courage to do a cover of a Beatles song, I say, boy, that really takes courage. Editing Shakespeare for kids must be one of the most daunting, intimidating things. Are you the editor?
Well, no, usually the director does her own or his own cut. So for Midsummer, we've cut probably 15% of it.
How hard is that?
It's hard, but you know, it also, there are things that it's just very hard to make sense of. The language is 400 years old, so certain jokes just, you can't make them work. There's certain repetitivenesses inside the text sometimes that you're just like, okay, we've got it. We need to move on. So it's just making it a little bit tighter and leaner. For the young person performances, the high school, middle school performances, we're really trying to cut those quite tight. We're trying to make them 90 minutes. And that's tough. You're really starting to get into the bones of the piece a little bit. But at the core of them, you know, these stories are such great stories. And I think that's part of our joy, is being able to just share these iconic narratives with people who've maybe never heard them, or they've heard of it, but they haven't heard it. So that's part of our pleasure.
Can I make one last pitch for this? We've talked about this. There are two places that I've seen performances out in, and I'm not exactly a nature kind of guy, as we know, at all. But when you go to Tanglewood and you hear the BSO or the Pops, and you hear birds chirping and trees, you know, whistling, or whatever tree leaves do. What do they do?
Blow.
What do trees do? Blow. Thank you very much,
Blow
Karen.
breezes and
Same
soft
deal
air.
here. It is such a perfect environment to take in the world and take in the acting,
And you can
the
just
play,
show up.
and
you
the
just
show up for free.
It
What are
feels
you
like
gonna say?
I said, it feels like the city's a different place
Yeah.
when
I
you leave
totally
the Boston
agree.
Common, and you've come together. You know, it's such a fractured time. It's such a difficult time. It's such a lonely time for so many people, and to be able to be together in communion around great stories and great storytelling, it's really to be cherished.
Now, one last thing before you go. I am coming, and I won't be able to get out of one of those low seats. So, do you have a higher seat that you can help me
we
with?
got you sorted out.
Okay, so everything is good.
Yeah.
Congratulations to both of you. We're really looking forward to it.
Thank you so much
So
for coming
good
in.
having you.
Congratulations
Good luck.
on 30 years. It's wonderful.
really great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we've been speaking with Commonwealth Shakespeare Company's founding artistic director, Steve Mahler, and actor and director Karen MacDonald. Thank you both for coming in. She plays Quince for this production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, on production beginning July 22nd and running through August 9th. 9th? Okay.
9th.
Tickets and information available at comshakes.org. That's COMM, then shakes, comshakes.org. Thank you again for coming in, both of you. Okay, from one royal wedding to another royal soiree. Prenups, non-disclosure agreements, a desire for matrimonial privacy at Madison Square Garden. Yes. Gonna open the lines.
They both
to get
nodded
your
in
thoughts.
agreement. You should stay for this segment. you
Taylor
two.
Swift and Travis Kelce, they are married. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy, we're going to dissect it next. Jim is really on top of this one, let me tell you. Listening to BPR and 89.7 GBH, and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Karen, thanks.
When we look back at the American Revolution, we're not just looking at history. Each story reveals how a young democracy struggled with questions that still echo today. When we look at our past, we uncover what remains fragile now. Discover our series From Colony to Commonwealth at gbh.org/America250.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at mos.org. And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com.
Welcome back to BPR 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy. We're streaming at youtube.com/GBHU. Trenny Casey will be with us. Obviously, the U.S. will have played Belgium by tomorrow. We'll talk about that and more. John King on politics. And again, I'm telling you straight, we will be interviewing. That'll be Marjorie and me, Algie from the Reflecting Pool tomorrow. You won't get that anywhere else.
That is correct.
Mayor Wu will join us on Wednesday at 12 to 1. So a lot happened this weekend, as we mentioned at the top of the show. We wanted to save some space to get your thoughts on one of the most talked about events, I was going to say of the season, I would say ever. The wedding between Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. One of us is into this in ways you can't describe. The other one, not so much. On one hand, 1,000 celebrity invites in a lavish Madison Square Garden ceremony. On the other, a plea for privacy by way of non-disclosure agreements for attendees. Now, by the way, when people say 877-301-8970, nobody cared about this, well, the networks and the newspapers would not have written and broadcast about it nonstop for days if you didn't care about it.
She's like the biggest celebrity pop star.
I agree.
So
that's the deal. We want to know why you were so consumed by this. What was your favorite part of the wedding about which you knew nothing and saw nothing at all? Big black SUVs drive under a curtain. You can't see anybody unless they walked into the thing. And Marjorie's other question is, most importantly, what will Taylor Swift write about next now that she has the man locked down? A 10-minute battle with Bon Iver about laundry and how to load the dishwasher? Is that, is that what it's going to be? 877
marriage,
301
childbirth,
8970. The royal wedding.
Bringing up the children.
The royal wedding at Madison Square Garden on Saturday, 877 301 8970. So why don't you just regale us with what it is
we do know. We do know quite a few things.
What do we know?
The bride and groom both wore white Dior. I never pronounced this right. Louboutin footwear.
How the hell do I know this?
And Cartier jewelry was on the bride.
Sure.
We know that the George Stephanopoulos spilled the beans on some things.
Why was George Stephanopoulos
I have
invited
no
to the
idea.
wedding?
Good Morning America co-host, and of course we worked for Bill Clinton years ago. He told a reporter of the exchange they did 20 minutes of vows to each other, and the exchange was everything you could hope for. Real, vulnerable, serious, silly, deeply loving. Apparently, Taylor looked tearful during a part in the vows where Travis promised to protect her forever, and she kind of welled up over that. Travis was reportedly nervous, and then Adam Sandler, we can't figure out what that's about. Apparently Travis Kelce was in a movie with Adam Sandler.
He was, yeah.
So maybe they're real buddies. People were a little disappointed in that. They thought it should be more of a romantic kind of host.
How the hell do you know? Actually, we have, by the way, this is yet another exclusive. You think you get nothing here that you don't get elsewhere? That would be untrue. Well, everybody had to sign an NDA. We can't tell you how, but we are able to obtain, not a lot, exclusive sound of Sandler actually officiating the wedding. Here's a little excerpt from it.
Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Marriage,
He's good.
that blessed arrangement, that dream
Within a
a dream.
That was Adam Sandler I would say, at his best.
That was the
That's
best.
an exclusive.
No one officiated at a wedding better than that
Adam
guy did,
Sandler.
and the Princess Bride
Whatever.
there. Yeah, okay. Rick in Ashland says he has a $100 bet with his 12-year-old daughter that Taylor and Travis won't last more than 3 years. She strongly disagrees.
That's not nice.
Well, there was a lot of signs it's going to be forever. That was the sign that people put up, because of their.
I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, married happily ever after.
Yeah.
But that was one of Taylor's songs, I think, and I'm going to get it slightly wrong. But it started with, "It's going to be forever," or it's going to blow up in flames. So we don't know which way it's going to go. But anyway, they talked about how the British royals, they do these weddings in public, right? We saw Diana and Charles a million years ago. We saw Kate and Will get married, Harris and Meghan.
Who the hell is Harris?
Harry,
okay.
Harry and Meghan. But they bring the public in, but this is a different sort of situation because they're not royals in that same kind of way.
They're not.
And they wanted some privacy.
They sort of kept the public out.
They did, but
if you want privacy, why don't you get married at like a city hall and go to your estate in Rhode Island
they could have
and have
done
a little
that.
party?
Or JFK Jr. Maybe you probably haven't watched
What did he
every
do?
episode of Love Story,
I
which has
have
been
not
on
quite
television.
gotten it. It's on my
the
list, of
JFK
course.
Jr. Carolyn Bessette wedding. Oh yeah, it's really good if
Is
you
it
like
good?
that kind of thing. No, it's pretty bad actually.
Okay, good.
But there's kind of there's romance to it. But anyway, people may recall that he went off to some isolated island in
I did not
Georgia
recall.
where they figured they would escape the paparazzi.
And what happened?
Well, that's where they got
Did they
married.
escape the
In some
paparazzi?
little chapel. Yeah, they did. They sent out one picture. Don't you remember the picture of her
No.
coming out of the little chapel?
No.
He was kissing her hand. She had that. You didn't remember that
No.
picture?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Every woman
sure.
in America
No,
remember
very
that
well.
picture.
Well, I'm not a woman
She had
in
like
America.
a slip-on. It was a very sexy
Slip-on, yeah.
dress, and he was there kissing her hand.
Okay, fine. So we're
He
really
was the most
talking
handsome man alive,
about
of course.
what drew you to the nonstop coverage of the wedding of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. And by the way, let me be clear about this. I am not disparaging it like you accused me of at this morning's meeting.
Yep.
If you're into it, you're into it. I thought it was a bit much. I'm very happy for them if they're happy, and they appear to be, and they should have a good time.
Here's a texter. I'm obsessed with Taylor Swift, and every one of her songs speaks to me on some level. And the fact that she found love after having so many failed relationships gives me hope for the
nice.
future. I think she's had about 210 boyfriends.
Yeah.
Gives me hope for the future. So, of course, I have been glued to anything I can find about it and cannot wait to see all the pictures. And somebody else wants to know what kind of wedding cake did they have? What kind of food did they serve? And
do we know any of these? What do we know?
we know nothing
we
yet.
don't know.
The assumption is that they're going to put out a video
a movie?
or something, or maybe a whole.
Well, they had a branding. I read this morning. They have a logo for the wedding. Is that
They
true?
had
They had a logo?
Yeah, what is the logo? I wrote that
I
down.
think it was the AT&T logo.
2 T's and a heart.
I know, but
That's the 2
I
T's as in
know.
Travis and
I know what their
yeah.
names are. Yeah,
and
thank
and
you.
they didn't have any. They could have had many attendants, but they didn't.
No.
They just had Kelsey's brother, Jason Kelsey, and Swift's brother, Austin Swift, best man and man of honor. No other groomsmen or bridesmaids in the operation.
So, Marjorie, I'm sorry, 877, what is the number?
877-301-8970 is the number if you'd like to say something.
Here's
about
a
the
question
Taylor
I
Swift.
can't answer, and I'm embarrassed, but you know a lot more than I do. This is a question, an important question. Was the Marchioness of Chumbley there? I heard she was. Was she there? You didn't know if she was
I don't
there?
know. I think we need the Marchioness herself to answer the question.
I thought that was a prompt to play
of
it.
whether or
but
not
apparently not.
she's there. Is the Marchioness going to weigh in? We're ready for her at any single moment. So, Madison Square Garden, is that the kind of place if you want privacy? Supposedly, they have this whole fairyland decor inside. So we're going to see all that when they put out their documentary.
Even if you were a billionaire like she is, and he's obviously making time, he's loaded too. Would you want to get married in Madison Square Garden?
Well, that was
a
the
romantic
That was the first
setting?
place she performed at 13.
So what?
And she has a sentimental attachment to it. I don't know what his sentimental attachment be. He watched a lot of basketball games there. I don't know. It's a little odd. In New York City, lots of people love New York. I love to
Would you
visit
rather
New
get
York.
married at the Boston Public Library or Madison Square Garden?
Boston Public Library.
Exactly.
But the thing is about, New York City in the summer, you lived there for years.
I did.
The garbage kind of piles
Yeah.
up and it's really hot. And it kind of
All
smells.
the garbage bags said
smells
TNT
bad.
on them. They had little TNT logo
Yeah.
on them.
And then there was some question of the inconvenience to people that they had to block off the whole area around Penn Station and Madison Square Garden. and
Is
shut
that,
down.
is that not a problem for you that for a private wedding you got to shut? And do you hear a lot of bars and stuff in the neighborhood? It's not the best neighborhood in New York City, but a lot of bars were worried that they were going to lose all their business because of this.
Yeah, well, they a lot of the bars did shut down, and that was people were very, very upset about that. Okay.
I would say it's fairly, based upon the response of our listeners, I would say about 3 of our listeners cared about this wedding. You being, you're not a listener, you're a participant.
Here's Maggie, who says, my girlfriend and I were talking about the TNT wedding, decided it's doomed. She's just peaking in her career and power while he is at the end of his career, and from now on, it will be only her hubby
Oh, well,
he
that's
will want
why
out.
be so negative?
I said a couple of kids. She thinks about 8 years max.
You know who they were thinking of being the officiant if they couldn't get Adam Sandler?
Oh.
Anonymous texter said J.J. Cafaro could have been the... Want to explain who J.J. Cafaro is?
Oh, he's the guy that did the pool.
He did
did
the
the
pool,
algae
the
pool.
reflecting
He's
pool.
the guy that was...
They don't call it the algae pool, Marjorie. They call it the reflecting pool.
It is essentially an algae pool.
It is the
Another
algae pool.
texter wants to know, how many albums will the divorce generate?
That's it. That's even I am not talking about. I wish them. Don't you wish them well? Don't you wish them well?
Oh, but here's the other side of the story. The
Maybe
Taylor
you don't.
Swift wedding was a positive counter to all the crap that was going on in D.C. over the 4th of
Exactly.
July. Plus, they gave away quite a bit of money to charity. And indeed they
$26
did.
million.
Let's give some credit here. We suspect that she's got much more money than he does.
Well, obviously she does. That's fine.
Okay, so she donated $26 million to charities across the country. Among the recipients, all over the country, the ASPCA, she's a big animal
A food
person.
bank in Rhode Island, right down the road. Got
Yep,
one.
Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, New York-based Education Through Music, all these musical mentors. After-school all-stars programs in New York and Cleveland, which is Cleveland, of course, is the hometown of Kelsey, as well as the store.
He's from Cleveland? How do you know that?
I'm reading a story about it in USA Today. I had
didn't know
no
that.
idea.
Okay.
This is what I do. I get research.
Oh, that's
and
why
then
they
I
were
read
at
it.
the Cleveland Cavaliers game,
They were-
rooting for the Cavaliers before they
Cleveland
lost.
Heights is the hometown
I
of
didn't know that.
Kelsey.
Okay, fine.
And they also donated to the store a no-cost grocery store to help those
That's
in
very
need
nice.
established in Nashville
Okay.
by country star Brad Paisley and his actress wife Kimberly Williams.
That's
So
really
they
good.
gave away all
That's
this
very
money.
nice.
Children's Hospital, food programs for kids, Langone, NYU's
Can you
Langone
do me a
Medical Center,
favor?
Children's Mercy
Can you
Hospital.
keep reading this list slowly for 4 more minutes till the segment is over? Because not one listener cares about this.
We have a lot of texts.
Now,
Jim.
let me tell you, I don't know if I said...
Somebody else.
What's that?
I give him 6 months.
Why are people doing this?
I don't.
Oh, really? Margie
don't
would like to
know.
hear Adam Sandler again. Sure, why not? This is Adam Sandler performing the ceremony at Madison Square Garden. Take it away.
Marriage.
Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Marriage. That blessed arrangement. That dream within a dream. A dream. It's a dream, actually, is what it is.
Texture wants to know if anyone was arrested stealing commemorative wedding wastebaskets.
Okay, finally, thank God, we have a caller. Now, he's not exactly a caller, but he is calling in. That would be Edgar from the Curiosity Desk. Thank God for you, Edgar. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Thanks. I'm great. I'm glad to be here. First time, long time.
Thank you. Take
First
3
time, long
minutes, if you
time.
would,
New
please.
show
Go
on
ahead.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think?
Well, I was. I mean, what do I think about the Taylor Swift wedding? I'll tell you what. I'm surprised that.
I can't believe we have
This
a
is
bad
fairly
connection.
typical. A GBH host calls in and the line doesn't work. This is so BPR. You have anything else you don't want us to hear?
I feel like you should be snubbed. I feel like you should feel snubbed, and I'll tell you why. We all know she spends time in Rhode Island, and the signal for 89.7 is very strong, you two. There's no
That's
doubt
right.
in my mind that she has listened to Boston Public Radio and
That's
knows who
right.
you two influential Bostonians are. And I think you should feel snubbed for not being invited, personally.
I do feel snubbed. I was waiting for my invitation, Jim.
Do you know
and
that
it
the
never came.
invitees, Edgar, thank you for your call. You only took up a minute. You were supposed to take up 3 minutes, but thank you anyway. Do you know that, what was I going to say? Oh, the invitees weren't even told where the wedding was. They were just told, sign the NDA. This is an electronic thing. Sign the NDA and then tell us and show up in, what do you call it? Show up in New York City on
black
Thursday
tie,
and
black
expect
tie.
to stay there Sunday.
I know. The whole thing. I mean, it ruined people's 4th of July. No question.
You know who's
about
on the
it.
line? This is real. The woman who I believe texted you before and said she was going to the U.S. game tonight with Belgium and was all upset about it. Carla, are you the same Carla from Seattle?
Yes, I am. I've called in before. Glad to talk to you. I'm a Swiftie.
Oh, you're a Swiftie. So how'd you feel about the whole experience?
Well, I used to, until recently, work part-time at a large arena. It's very commonplace for people to hold large events like weddings, celebrations of life, all sorts of things. If you have the money and you can do it, it's something that makes sense, especially with her being a musician who are inviting other musicians who are going to be performing
Stevie
there.
Nicks and Paul
A lot of
McCartney.
people yes, and I mean, and you would have had to, if she was to have like a destination wedding, she would have had to hired all these vendors to set up a stage.
Now, how could the guests have afforded to get there? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She didn't want secrecy because everybody wanted to know everything about her wedding. She just wanted privacy, and that's what like a high production value wedding. We actually heard that maybe they got married earlier.
Well, I heard that too.
Yeah.
Now, Carla, before you got to go,
mostly-
Carla, you're going to the game tonight. Can you text us tomorrow and tell us what the experience was like? Thanks for your text. Thanks for your call. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Carla's going to the U.S.-Belgium match
This
tonight.
is a very
what is it?
dicey one,
Edgar's
but I'll
now
read
in
it
the
anyway.
studio.
I want to know when we will hear that the wood is not wooding anymore.
That's Marjorie's favorite Taylor Swift song about Travis Kelce.
That's a song about Travis Kelce.
Thinking about the fact that Paul McCartney played there, I mean, it's kind of an interesting parallel, right? Because Paul McCartney got married in '68, was it? Right? He in the Beatles. 69, getting corrected by John Parker. So 69, he gets married to Linda Eastman, and maybe John will correct me again, but he's like the most famous person on the planet at that point. They just go down to the courthouse, right? They just went down to the courthouse and got married. Yeah.
Do you know that he hadn't played I Want to Hold Your Hand since, 1966?
Yeah,
64
I know.
until the
Unbelievable.
wedding.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't really
He
care
didn't
about
do
that.
what till the
I don't
wedding?
know why I said
He hadn't played
I Want to Hold Your Hand
live.
since
Really?
64.
Why was that?
Some would say he still hasn't played it
Oh,
live.
that's not nice. I
No.
mean, he's 80.
No,
some.
Paul's
give him a
great.
break.
Paul's
Did
amazing.
that have to do with
Paul's
his wedding,
amazing.
though? I don't get what you meant, Jim.
Well, he just had never played that song.
He did it as a failure.
He did it. He played it
favor
at.
for Taylor
Yeah, he
Swift.
did it as a
Okay,
favor
you have
for
10
Taylor
seconds.
Swift.
What's on your show?
Sell by dates. You ever confused by best by, used by, sell by?
That's a great one.
Topics.
Coming down the pike, and then also you two stick around for the second segment because it's the mentalist who got you two down at the library, and
He's
then
a
we went
genius.
off the air, so we
He
have
is
him again.
fabulous.
We're going to talk
Tell
about
him
how
I never
he does
got my
what he
second
does.
note. He said we're going to send me a second
All
note.
right,
I
we'll-
never
we'll-
got it.
I'll get
He
him on
nailed
that.
both of us.
Yeah, he did.
He
Yeah.
was amazing.
He's incredible.
That's great. What's his name again?
Tom Indigo.
Tom Indigo.
Edgar
He's
B.
great.
Hurwitz, thank you very
See
much.
Edgar.
Tomorrow, we want to say we're going to be back at the Boston Public Library. Tony
So then
Casey.
say it if you want to say
I'm
it.
going to
Go
say
ahead.
that.
Go ahead.
Sina, Chief National Correspondent. The ACLU's Carol Rose. We get the real deal, the exclusive interview with the reflecting pool algae. Nobody has
We're not
had
joking.
the algae.
Algae's gonna be
until
there.
Us.
Algae's
It's going to
there.
be there at the Boston Public Library tomorrow. I want to
Yeah.
thank our crew. Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Law, Sara Gonzalez, Maddie Gaia, Brad Lewis, John the Club Parker, Jane Bologna. Curiosity Desk is right after us, and Jared Bowen starts at 2. He speaks with Pulitzer Prize-winning writer Elizabeth Strout on her latest
Show's
The
over.
Things We Never Say. Thanks for listening. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's how-tos and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And M&M Skylights, located in Stoneham, installing and servicing the full range of Velux skylights that can help bring air and more natural light into homes. Skylight consultations can be scheduled at mmskylights.com. And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts July 12th through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Hurwitz III. Today on the Curiosity Desk. All right, so imagine a scenario with me here. It's been a couple days too many since your last grocery store run. You open up the fridge to check out the options for your late dinner and stumble upon some produce you think is fine, but you're not totally positive. Do the smell test. Still unclear. You turn the package over and find out you're a few days past the sell-by date. Do you risk it? Well, a new law in California is doing away with sell-by labels to clear up confusion about what food is actually safe to eat and cut back on the nearly 1/3 of food that goes to waste annually in the U.S. After that, it's mentalist Tom Indigo. If you're unfamiliar with mentalism, these are performers who can convince us they read minds. Meanwhile, Tom's going to try and convince me he can't actually read my mind because I think he can. It's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. President Trump confirms he called the president of FIFA to ask for review of a controversial red card call against the U.S. men's leading goal scorer. NPR's Frank Ordonez reports Trump says it should not have been a foul.
President Trump said he didn't even know what a red card was before the U.S. striker, Folarin Balogun, received one, which would have caused Balogun to be suspended for an elimination game against Belgium.
When I found out, I said, you got to be kidding. This guy just hands up, okay, your best player is not going to play next week or in the next game. I said, wow, that's a lot of power. That's terrible.
Trump downplayed his intervention, but the decision to suspend the red card and allow Balogun to play has triggered even greater controversy over FIFA's disciplinary actions and raised more questions about political influence, considering Trump's close relationship with the FIFA president. Franco Ordonez, NPR News, the White House.
OPEC and its allies are promising to boost oil production next month. NPR's Scott Horsley reports U.S. drivers are getting a break at the gas pump.
Saudi Arabia and other major oil exporters promise to increase pumping by nearly 200,000 barrels a day next month, putting more downward pressure on prices. That would be the fifth consecutive production increase, though not all that oil is actually making it to market due to ongoing tension in the Strait of Hormuz. Retail gasoline prices have also been falling. AAA says the average price of regular gas is now $3.79 a gallon. That's about 40 cents less than a month ago, but still about 80 cents higher than when the U.S. launched its war with Iran. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
A Republican lawmaker says the veterans of foreign wars must stop using violent rhetoric. NPR's Quill Lawrence reports it's part of a debate in Congress over proposed cuts to veterans' benefits.
The VFW has a slogan, honor the contract, meaning don't send troops to war and then cut their benefits. Lately, that slogan's been available on T-shirts showing troops facing a firing squad, labeled bureaucrats and the media. House Veterans Affairs Committee Chairman Mike Bost called the image inflammatory and dangerous. The VFW has campaigned against a Republican proposal to pass veterans benefit reforms, but pay for it by reducing future VA disability payments. Republicans say it's the only way to get the popular reforms into law. Democrats and several veteran service organizations say the benefits reforms can be funded from the Pentagon instead. They oppose any reductions in veterans' disability ratings. Quill Lawrence, NPR News.
The famous San Fermin Festival in Pamplona, Spain is underway. The Associated Press capturing big crowds at an event that kicked off with fireworks and leads to 8 bull runs, the first of which is tomorrow. From Washington, this is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Starting next year in Brookline, if you want plastic utensils and napkins with your takeout order, you'll have to ask for them. Brookline.News reports the new policy is aimed at reducing single-use waste and will prohibit restaurants from providing utensils, napkins, straws, condiment packets, and other disposable items for takeout and delivery orders unless customers ask for those items. The program, set to be implemented in July 2027, is called Skip the Stuff and was approved last year as part of a broader update to the town's sustainable food containers and packaging bylaw. The Brookline Department of Health will be authorized to issue penalties to food and retail establishments that don't comply with the policy, including fines up to $50 for the first violation after a warning and then up to $100 for subsequent offenses. And 3 Blackstone Valley Tech students have been honored for their research aiming to keep produce fresh. The 3 students, Bertha Abunga, Ann Playtech, and Evan St. George, have received the first ever Plant Science and Sustainability Award from New England Botanic Garden for their research exploring ways to slow the decomposition of fresh fruits and vegetables. Their research began as a science fair project and a problem as old as the fruit bowl: how to keep fresh food from spoiling. Through experimentation, the students studied whether applications of a specific bacterium where combined with refrigeration could slow decomposition and potentially contribute to efforts to reduce food waste and address hunger. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Bank of America, sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026, dedicated to offering solutions to help businesses win locally and globally. More at bankofamerica.com/gamechangers.
Welcome, everybody, to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. All right, so you grab a gallon of milk, and the sell-by label is today's date. What do? Do you toss it? There's usually three schools of thought here. The bravest among us go in for the taste test. Quick and easy. You ensure if the milk's still good. Maybe you ruin your morning. For others, it's the good old smell and look test. Does it look bad? Does it smell bad? Is it verging into cottage cheese territory? And then there's the third camp, the always better safe than sorry crew. They're going to toss it right there on the spot when it's hit the sell-by date. Now, this might sound like a silly matter of preference, but there's a cost to confusion, and when we think our food is spoiled before it actually is. According to USDA estimates, some 30 to 40% of U.S. food supply goes to waste every year. That's 90 billion pounds of food. To address this problem, California just banned, quote, sell-by labels on food. Instead, consumers are going to see a best if used by label indicating peak quality, or an even simpler use by label for safety purposes. Currently, Massachusetts has a bill on Beacon Hill similar to California's with slightly different wording. So we thought it would be the perfect time to get real curious about food labeling. Let's go. Here to help is Sara Burnett, Executive Director of ReFed, and Roni Neff, Professor of Environmental Health and Engineering at Johns Hopkins University. Thank you for joining us, Sara and Roni. Welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So my understanding is that you engaged in a conspiracy with one of my producers, and the decision has been made without my knowledge that we are going to start this segment with a little bit of a quiz. So one of you is about to quiz me here, and we're going to go through some stuff to get us kicked off. So Roni, Sara, whichever one of you is doing it, take it away.
All right, that's me. So and this quiz is based on a national study that we did. So you will also get to sort of match your answers with what the average American did.
Oh, great. So I'll know just how dumb I am compared to my neighbors. Great. Perfect. Let's go, Roni.
Okay. So let's take the use by label.
Okay. Use by.
Use by. I'm going to give you four choices.
Okay.
The day the food becomes unsafe to consume.
Okay.
The day the food is no longer at best quality, something else, or not sure.
All right.
So unsafe, no longer best quality, something else, or not sure.
All right. I'm going to say, even though, technically I'm not sure, but I feel confident enough to take a guess. I'm going to say B, that it's used by for peak quality.
Okay. And you would be wrong.
Oh, oh no.
So the industry voluntary standard, and in the state of California, that would be the day the food becomes unsafe to consume. However, we would also take like something else as an answer because there's no federal standard that mandates the meaning of that label.
Okay, so there's no federal standard that mandates the meaning of that label, so something else could always be right because there's nobody that's saying, like, if you use these words, this is what it has to mean. However, it sounds like you're saying the industry has kind of gotten together and voluntarily said, when we use this word, this is what we mean.
Yeah, and a lot of when states and policymakers have been working on this, have been acting on this, they've also adopted that language.
Okay, so use by is used by for safety.
Yes. And that's only on a few foods.
Okay.
So when I say something else, it could mean that it's no longer at best quality, but it could mean like anything really, since it doesn't have an official meaning legally.
I'm starting to see why there's confusion around this. Do you have more questions for me?
I do. I've got four of them here.
All right,
the next one is you see a food and there's just a date on it, but there's no text. Okay.
Yep.
So is that the date the food becomes unsafe to consume, the day the food is no longer at best quality, something else, or you're not sure?
I'm going with something else.
Okay, you win.
Hey!
And so because there's no standard, that date could mean anything.
It could be when it was made, right? Like, I mean, I think that's like,
Yeah.
if I saw a date on something, just a date, I think I would probably be as cautious as possible and say, I'm going to assume this is when it was made, and therefore kind of, if I'm well beyond the date that's on that, I'll be, or even a little bit, I might be like, oh, it's probably fine because it was made then. But then I check, see, now I'm confusing myself, Roni.
I mean, your best guidance in general when is to use your senses. So like you were saying with the milk, smell it, taste it.
Yeah.
Look at it. So.
Okay. So use your senses.
Yeah. And about half of people for both of those two thought that they knew the correct answer, but didn't get it right. So you got that one right. So
all right. So
good deal.
I'm doing better than my neighbors on that one. Let's go. Number 3.
Yes. Next one would be sell by, which, as you mentioned before.
Yep.
Unsafe to consume, no longer at best quality, something else, or unsure.
So in my mind, sell by is definitely around the quality of the food. So was that B? So sell by means sell by means sell it by this date because that's when it's going to be at its peak. That's what I think sell by is.
Okay. So
really? Wait, really?
So there's no standard. It could mean anything. It's a label that's put on there by retailers. Typically, it's some estimate of a date after which, like the peak quality and then quality would start to decline, often at some undetectable level. But there's no regulation of what that means.
Okay.
All right. You can't use it at all in California.
Okay. Roni Neff, professor of environmental health and engineering. Let's go one more final question for me.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah. The last one is expires on.
Okay. Expires. That feels. I'll tell you what. So wait, give me my choices. Go ahead.
The day the food becomes unsafe to consume, the day the food's no longer at best quality, something else, or not sure.
All right. My instinct here is to say expires is no longer safe to consume. But I feel like I'm going with something else because I feel like that's the safe bet. So I'm going C, something else.
You have gotten wise, and that is the correct answer. But 92% of respondents in this national survey got that one wrong, and they thought it was about safety.
All right. So we are talking with Roni Neff, professor of environmental health and engineering at Hopkins, Johns Hopkins, and Sara Burnett. I'm going to bring you in, executive director of ReFed. Sara, just give us a sense of what this little quiz that we just went through tells you or tells us.
Well, you experienced firsthand what consumers face every single day, but also food businesses face every day, which is date labels are really, really confusing. And the reality is they lead to a lot of food waste and are very costly. When we think about the amount of waste attributed to them, it's about 3.5 million tons of food that's wasted. And $19 billion worth is due to date label confusion due from businesses and end consumers and households as being wasted and frankly going to landfill because of a date that's printed on a package.
Do we have a sense? Do we have a sense of why there is so much confusion around this? Is it as simple? Is it as simple as you pointed out, Roni? That it sounds like, and maybe we can talk a little bit more about this. But it sounds like the federal government. There is no one body that is managing what we do or don't say on food labeling, and so therefore you can imagine that there's going to be some confusion because of that. But also, why do we have these labels on there if they are why is it so confusing? Who's putting them on there for what reason?
There is a go ahead.
Go ahead, Sara. Go ahead, Sara.
You can go.
There's food businesses are putting them on there for a lot of different reasons to help retailers manage their inventory.
Yep.
So some of these dates are just helping them make sure that they put the freshest product out and turn their inventory. They're also putting it out for consumers to say, you should eat this by this date. That bread's going to taste better by a certain date. So it's not necessarily nefarious. They're not trying to get folks to waste money, but there's good sound reason. The challenge is that there's been no regulation. Yeah. So whether it's at the federal or the state level, food businesses can put on everything from enjoy by to sell by to freeze by, all these different dates, and consumers are overwhelmed. There's almost 50 different types of labels. And if you go into your own pantry at home, I'm sure you'll see many of them.
Yeah. Roni, same question. What do you think is contributing to so much confusion?
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. And I think it's just like, it's really hard to, when you see all these different words. And I think we did a prior study where we even gave out, like, here's the definition. Okay, now what's the definition? And people didn't get those right a significant portion of the time, even when they had just seen the definition, because we think we know what it means.
Yeah.
And so we don't actually pay attention. And so it's also like a challenge once we do establish standards, like getting people to tune into what the definition actually is.
And is that the recommendation coming out of the study, Roni? I mean, it sounds like, as you said, you've done this study twice. It is demonstrated twice, and it seems like the second time that even more so. There is a significant amount of confusion around this labeling. So what are the recommendations when you see a study like this, when you look at the numbers, what do you say we ought to do?
I would say, number one, we need a federal standard that is consistent and that makes it really clear to people. We need education about what it means. And in the meantime, we need to let people know that there is no standard so that they don't go throwing out food based on, like, a high percentage of people actually think that there is a federal standard.
Right.
They trust that, the government is regulating that, and it's not.
Sara, I see you nodding there. You agree?
I completely agree. The example that you used at the very beginning of milk, in the study, we showed that 49% of consumers say that they're going to discard that milk based off of a sell-by date. And that milk could be good and very wholesome for that family for a very long time after that date. And that federal date label standard is what's going to get us consistency across the nation. And the most important part that Roni hit on is consumer education. It's not just about changing the labels, but it's about making all of us smarter.
We got a comment on our YouTube channel from Mary, who says, those dates mean nothing. The only food that has legitimate use by date is baby formula. My theory is because babies can't tell us when it tastes funky. So that is true, though, right, Roni and Sara? The one place where there is some federal oversight is on baby formula, and that's it. Is that correct?
That's correct. Infant formula is the only federally mandated label, and it uses the use by, and that is for safety that they're using, just like the California law.
So tell us a little bit more about this California law, Sara. What is California doing, and how does it stand to maybe sort of move the needle on this, in your opinion?
Yeah, California, it went into law in 2024. It just got enacted the first of this month, and their requirements are there's only 2 labels that can be put on food for public consumption: best if used by for quality and used by for safety. And it also goes along with funding for additional consumer education. So they're bottling this all together into a great law that has bipartisan support. It's supported by food businesses and it's supported by consumers. It's a win-win-win all around.
I mean, you said something very interesting, the words bipartisan support in 2026. Obviously, I mean, you say the law was enacted a few years ago, but the same was true then. The fact that you've got bipartisan support for anything in this this day and age is pretty unusual. So I think that does say something. Roni, your thoughts on the California law? Step in the right direction?
Absolutely, absolutely. And particularly banning the sell-by date. There's no reason that can't be encoded for grocers to, if they, to the extent that they want to see it. But it's just misinformation. It scares us. We have a lot of, I didn't mention this before, but we have a lot of fears about food and anxieties and the mistrust. And so, there's no need to add unnecessary fear that causes us to throw out our money.
Do we have a sense of folks in the industry or other states or the federal government? Are people watching are they going to be watching what's happening in California to be maybe instructive for how we move forward, more globally?
I feel like eyes are on California right now. It's an exciting time. A very similar law is on the governor's desk in New York right now. South Carolina, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland all are reviewing similar laws. But more importantly, the Food Date Labeling Act is actually going around the halls of Congress right now. It has bipartisan support, both in the House and the Senate. And we're really, really pushing and hoping that they're paying attention to what's happening in California.
Roni, before I let you both go, can you give us, given the fact that we know there's confusion there now, given the fact that we know it's going to take some time before there's any kind of federal oversight of this, and if we're not in California, which here in Massachusetts, we happen to not be in California, what should people be doing right now in terms of how should they be decoding the label that's in front of them and deal with their food?
Well, recognizing that for the vast majority of foods, it's going to decline in quality before it becomes unsafe. So use your senses is the most important guidance that can be given. Look at it, smell it, taste it. If you see a use by label, even though we know that it's not officially federally regulated, given that there's an industry standard, you may as well kind of look at that label and take that one seriously. The other ones, take it with a grain of salt.
All right. So when you see use by, think about it, but overall use your senses before you move forward. That sounds like the advice. All right. We've been
That
speaking.
is my advice. Sarah, do you agree with that? Or
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree. Yes.
All right. Perfect. We've been speaking with Sara Burnett, Executive Director of ReFed, and Roni Neff, Professor of Environmental Health and Engineering, about food labeling. Thank you both for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we'll be joined by a mentalist who might read my mind. Stay tuned to see if he actually can. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist Elizabeth Strout. She's back with a new novel, The Things We Never Say. She's known for the interconnected world readers know as the Stroutverse. Her latest book introduces us to new people, but familiar Strout territory. Marriage, loneliness, family strain, and the things people never quite say. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you
and the Massachusetts Educational Financing Authority, committed to simplifying college planning for families over 45 years with trusted guidance, interactive tools, step-by-step videos, and more. MEFA.org. And the Peabody Essex Museum, Salem's destination for authentic witch city lore and witch trials history since 1799. Ticket information and more at PEM.org.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Horwick III. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News, and we are back right now with another edition of The Mystery Desk on the Curiosity Desk. In just a few minutes, if all goes according to plan, my next guest will read my mind, along with the mind of a volunteer fan of the show who's been kind enough to join us in studio today. Now, for anyone unfamiliar with mentalism, mentalists are performers who can read minds, or at the very least make us think that they can. But it's not all fun and tricks. We'll also get into our fascination with otherworldly abilities like mind reading and what it says about us as humans. Here now to help us on this journey, keynote speaker and mentalist Tom Indigo. Tom performs for all kinds of folks, from nonprofits to Fortune 500 companies. If you like what you hear here today, you can find more information at tomindigo.com. Tom, thank you for being with us today.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
And we also thank that aforementioned volunteer, Eva Doyne, who is a curiosity seeker and is kind enough to have her mind read live on the air as well. Thank you, Eva.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Tom, I want to start with you. What's my first question going to be?
Gosh, I don't know. You tell me.
No, isn't that your job? You're a mentalist.
I think we're getting it a little bit into of a meta here, right? I can tell you what you're going to say next, but maybe you'd rather say it first.
Oh, wow. What am I going to say next?
You're just going to deny the next thing that I ask you. Is that true?
It's something like that. I think maybe now I'm lost in the meta. Yeah. In all seriousness, let's talk about mentalism. What is it and what is it not?
Well, what it is kind of like the intersection between psychic entertainment and magic. So we use traditional conjuring methods in combination with stuff like psychology, intuition, storytelling, as well as some influences from like mediumship and other flavors there. We basically take whatever we can from the human mind and make amazing things happen with it.
Is this? I mean, how big is the mentalism community? Is it sort of a subset of the world of magicians? Like, who's out there doing this, and like, how do they come to it?
It's a really small world. You have some magicians who will do some mentalism. Some people call themselves magicians and mentalists. Some mentalists are kind of purists. Like there's a whole spectrum there. In my case, like I'm fine with being called a magician, but most of what I do is the mind reading and hypnosis kind of stuff. So that's why I tend to refer to myself as a mentalist rather than a magician.
Got it. All right. Well, let's have you actually read my mind. So we kind of get a sense of what sorts of things a mentalist like yourself can do. So, what are we gonna do here?
Well, I think for you, we were talking about this earlier. You were going to. Did you want me to try guessing a PIN code, some other piece of information?
I think that's like a really. Let's at least start there. So let's do like a PIN number, which seems like the kind of thing like how could somebody possibly guess a PIN number? So.
Well, yeah, it's a fair question. First thing I am going to ask you to do, is it okay if I walk over to you here?
Yeah, here. I'll just sort of.
Yeah, let's sidle on over.
We're going to sidle over. We're in the studio here.
We're going to get nice and close to each other.
I'm with Tom Indigo, mentalist, here on the Curiosity Desk. It is the mystery desk on the Curiosity Desk right now. Okay, so Tom's sort of folding a card for me here, and he handed me this card. It says, "Write your PIN here," and I got a little box. It's a white card, so this all seems on the up and up so far. Now, you're not going to watch me do this, I assume.
I'm going to do my best to look away. There are some, some reflections here, so I'm going to try not to use those. Eva, if you could keep me honest, make sure I'm not looking either at the paper, either through a reflection or directly.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and write this down. So we're going to go...
And it helps if you use like a fake PIN code, because if I do get this right, which I hope I do, let's maybe not make it too public. Right?
Yeah, that's fair enough, although the stakes would be very high if that were the case. So we'll see what I'm going to do here. All right, so hold on 1 second.
And if you could let me know, are we shooting for like 4 digits, 6 digits, just to know how hard
this one is? This one's going to be a 4-digit one.
Excellent.
Okay.
Once you finish writing it, nice thing about this is because you've written it, it should be easier to remember. Are you done writing?
I am done writing.
Okay, go ahead and fold it up back into quarters.
Back the way that you had it folded.
Yes, and if I may?
You may.
Thank you very much. And that pen, that's one of your pens, so you know that's not a trick pen.
That's true. This is a pen that was here in the studio, so we do know this is not a trick pen as well. Bring your microphone over to yourself there, if you could, for me.
Absolutely. Let's do this. How do I sound?
You sound great.
Excellent. So you have written a PIN code in here. This is maybe real, maybe not real, maybe partially real. I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
I'm going to see how close I can. Well, do you want to say?
Well, yeah. So it is real, but in a code.
Real in a code. If you tell me what the code is, will that give away what the PIN is?
Well, if I tell you what the code is, then if you do get it right, then people will be able to decode it.
It's a fair point. Okay. So we'll see how close I can get.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to just look at me and just imagine telling me the first digit of this code. Imagine screaming it at me. Don't actually scream because that'll hurt my ears.
Okay.
But just imagine. And I have to be honest with you, I'm not getting anything at all.
What does that mean, you're not getting anything?
So it's weird. It's like I'm getting literally nothing, which tends to... Okay, so it's probably a 0. But
that's...
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah,
That's
great.
crazy.
Then we're on the right track.
What?
Amazing. Wow. It's like it's my job. Crazy.
What? All right, go ahead. So you got 1 out of 4 so far.
Yeah. Now the other 3. You said it's a code. I'm trying to cheat a little bit here. I'm trying to figure out like what could it possibly be. But I am struggling. So instead, I'm just going to ask you to focus on the second digit for me and just count. Oh, jump to the third instead. For some reason, the second seems odd.
Okay, so
it is odd. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jump to the third digit.
Okay.
And just look at me and count from 1 to 10 as fast as you can out loud now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Is
8,
that
9.
a 4?
Yeah. What?
Hell yeah.
What?
Heck yeah. Am I allowed to?
You can say hell.
Excellent.
Although you shouldn't. I hope you are not. I hope you're not communing with hell to get this done.
No, not generally no. Like if we're really bringing in the big gun, no. Okay, so we have a 0, we have a 4. That just leaves 2 digits in the second and fourth position.
Yeah.
And we know that the second one is odd because you laughed when I made that corny joke. Now, here's a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. If I had made that little odd joke about the second digit and it hadn't landed, it's just like a little bit of nonsense that you would ignore.
Right.
So I've already narrowed it down to 50-50, right? I know it's a 1, a 3, a 5, a 7, or a 9. And the fact that you started flicking your fingers together when I said 9 tells me it's probably a 9.
Wait, what? I don't even know that I did that. So I'm not saying I didn't do it. I'm just like, that's crazy. Interesting.
Right? It's just the moment where you started to get excited.
Now I'm like, I'm not going to let you read my mind. Okay. So you've got 3 of the numbers now.
We're already at 0, 9, 4. And, you're wondering if I can tell you that this is a repeated digit, this last one. This one is also either a 0, a 4, or a 9.
Whoa.
So it's really just a question of, are you adjusting your body language here to throw me off, or is it actually a 9? Okay, this is my guess. It's 0949. Am I close?
You're right on the money.
Well, I guess that's...
I just don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I guess I get some of it. So let's talk. Look, I mean, how much can you reveal about how you do this? Are you?
I'll reveal as much as I can.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
So, I mean, to a certain extent, it sounds like you are going through a process of elimination, right? So you're increasing your odds of getting something right along the way, as you pointed out when you talked about the odd number thing. So you sort of said odd. I sort of laughed, and that's a tell.
Yeah, and everybody has different tells, and I think about it in terms of like solving complex problems. Any job where you're solving complex problems, you're not using the same method over and over and over again. And in the case of something like this, guessing a PIN code, you can get a number in a variety of different ways. In fact, I'm thinking of a single digit right now, and I'm going to ask everyone who's listening to this to just think of a number between 1 and 10, the first one that comes to mind, because I'm trying to send that to everyone, all of your viewers at home. And if they followed that instruction, hopefully they picked up on the fact that I was thinking of the number 7. Now, I don't know if you tried to do it as well. Did you try?
I did try, but I got it wrong.
What did you go for?
I went for, I toggled. I went 3, then I went, 4, then I went, 3.
So you toggled. Now, by the way, 3 plus 4 is 7, which...
so which maybe means I was right.
Maybe we try to give people credit the first time they're trying something. Eva, did you try to guess the number, or were you just paying attention?
I did initially think 7, and then I thought, I can't go with 7, and then I changed it.
And by the way, this is a thing that people do all the time.
Indecision?
Not just indecision, but overthinking. They talk themselves out of the right answer.
Yeah.
Not just in numbers, but in literally any aspect of thinking, and therefore life, right? Because your thoughts shape everything that ever has and ever will happen to you. And so often, the solution to a difficult problem comes to us immediately.
Yeah.
And then we go, no, I'm not going to do that. It's too easy.
That's too easy. I need to make this harder on myself.
Yeah, it's the source of most of our suffering.
It's the human condition. All right, this is the Curiosity Desk. This is the Mystery Desk. On the Curiosity Desk, we're talking with mentalist Tom Indigo. And when we return, Tom attempts to guess the name of 2 cats owned by a friend of the show and volunteer. You just heard her, Eva. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. Don't go anywhere.
Colleges and universities will soon have to pass a new federal test proving their students are getting a return on their investment. If they fail, they could lose access to federal student loans.
I mean, this is really a very low floor, right? I mean, high school earnings is not a exceedingly high metric for a program to meet.
But more than 800,000 students attend a program that would likely fail this test. I'm Juana Summers. This story on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, offering business and personal wealth management and private banking services, investing more than $240 million in local communities since 1994. More at cambridgetrust.com. And M&M Skylights, servicing Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Their team is part of the Velux Skylight Specialist Network and is committed to helping improve the air quality in homes or businesses. Consultations and more information at mmskylights.com.
This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. If you're just tuning in, we're getting our minds read and blown by mentalist Tom Indigo. Let's turn to Eva Doyne, curiosity seeker and volunteer who has graciously agreed to have her mind read for us on the air. What do you got for us with Eva, Tom?
Yeah, I guess, Eva, question for you. What is something that you would like me to try to guess that you would be thinking of?
I would like for you to guess the names of my cats.
Cats, plural. So how many?
2 cats.
2. Excellent. Common names, interesting. No, you know what? Don't tell me. Just look at me and imagine telling me about your cats. Imagine interacting with them. And I'll tell you, I have 2 cats myself. Their names are Ivy and Luthas. Ivy is a little goblin who steals carbohydrates. And Luthas is a handsome tuxedo man. He runs our household. How would you describe your 2 cats without using their names, but just like cat 1, cat 2?
Just thinking it?
You could say out loud.
Okay.
Like, just give me their personalities.
So, cat 1, I've had them for a couple of years now.
Mm-hmm.
They were my first ever pet that I had all on my own.
Mm-hmm.
They are very beautiful. They are very sweet. They can be a little bit, feisty, but they are my firstborn, and I love them very, very dearly. I'm trying to use gender neutral or trying to use they, them pronouns. I don't know if that's something I should be going for or...
I mean, you can choose to give away as much information as you'd like or not.
Okay,
but
you can make my job as easy as you want to.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
I mean, I prefer a challenge, personally, so hey,
perfect.
Thanks for making it difficult.
Wonderful.
What about the other one?
The other one, I got them back in October. They're very, very cuddly, very attached at the hip. They are always on my lap. They're always nearby. Very, very cuddly, very attention-seeking, though. Very, very attention-seeking and needy at times, but also a very lovely cat.
So I'll tell you some of the stories that go through my head as you explain all of this. And I don't know which is which because they seem like similar energetically,
Yes.
like siblings, even though you got them at different times.
Yes.
So one of these feels to me like dancing, if that makes sense. I get a feeling of dancing.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Dancing. Like dancing on 2 feet?
Yeah, I suppose, right? Or on 4 feet if it's a cat. The other one, I get like a sense of deeper relaxation.
Yes.
That makes sense to you.
Yes, that one definitely does. One of them I could see dancing the sense of being all over the place. He's always kind of on his he's always on his hind legs, kind of attacking plants. I did kind of accidentally give away the
He's a
gender.
boy? Yeah.
Yes, my bad.
That's okay.
Bad.
You're good.
Focus on just the first letter
Of
each of their names. Okay. Open your mouth slightly. Imagine just saying the first letter of one and then the first letter of the other. Okay, so one of these is kind of like is definitely a vowel, right? Because it's kind of like a I. It's an I think. And then the other one is more of like a plosive, but like so it's a P or a B. Okay, the blink was on the B, so it's a B.
Amazing.
Am I so far? So one starts with an I, one starts with a B. Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
The one that starts with an I is the more relaxed one. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to make some assumptions about you here. Do you partake? That already means something to you, which tells me I'm on the right track. You don't need to confirm or deny, but I think if I were in your shoes, I would probably name my cat after a certain kind of plant. If I were in your shoes, Indica, indica.
Beautiful,
Wow.
Beautiful, incredible.
And indica is beautiful.
Yes,
like
yes.
That's.
Yes.
So then we just have this friend with the B, kind of a dancer, kind of.
The dancer makes so much sense now. Oh my goodness.
You know what's interesting
It
is
just clicked.
I saw like a little flash in my head of someone sneezing and like something coming out of their nose. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is like Booger or Boogie or something like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Boogie, that's his name.
Boogie.
Incredible.
Hence the dancing.
Yeah, that did not clog for me at first because I wasn't thinking about that. But Boogie is, I should have gone that. That was dancing, Boogie dance.
So like if I'm trying to describe my process a little bit here, at least theatrically, it's kind of like you're putting your thought through a prism where if you were thinking of the sun, I wouldn't describe it as, I might, but probably not, describe it as something that's hot and big, right? That doesn't occur to me. Instead, the way that it typically presents to me is this is something that it changes your appearance. It is very important to your health. And, you know, that's kind of the direct, like, it's always kind of indirect. It's, and you kind of circle around it and then get to the center. So Indica and Boogie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eva, that's incredible stuff. So it seems like part of your process is, you know, in doing this, are these tells, like when you're asking somebody to sort of like, when you're asking them to either say numbers quickly, or in the case of Eva, when you're saying like, imagine you're going to, you know, like imagine you're going to say the letter. Are there things that we don't realize we're doing with our mouths where you're like, okay, now I know what this is, or are you doing something else when you're doing that?
Both, but we're constantly kind of telling a story with our bodies without realizing it. We're also doing it with our minds. Like if you are not paying attention to your thoughts, you hear a lot of thoughts. It sounds really, really busy, but the moment you actually start paying attention to a thought, it goes quiet. That's like what the entire practice of meditation and mindfulness is. It's like what happens to a thought, it actually vanishes. It's kind of like mist. So that's not to jump too into like spiritual stuff, but we can also talk about that if we want. But
well, is that a part of it? Is this a spiritual thing in some way for you? Or are they separate?
I think it makes sense to separate them. I think the magic side of it, like the trickery, the methods, the shameless opportunism that comes from triggering certain body. Like if I'm telling you I'm looking at your eyes, what I'm actually doing is using my peripheral vision to look at your hands, because you're focusing so much on your eyes that your hands are going to naturally give stuff away, right?
Interesting,
that's a form of misdirection, or what I prefer to call continuous direction. It's not don't look at my shoes, it's look over there, right? And then I can see, and then I can see somewhere else. You know, that this is kind of the trick.
How much of this, in your estimation, how much of this is sort of gift, and how much is craft? Which is to say, is this a kind of thing that with the right amount of work, the right amount of study, anybody can do, or is part of this that you have some sort of gift that other people don't?
I would compare it to playing the piano. Anyone can learn how to play the piano. Some people are naturally virtuosos. On the one hand, I have an array of techniques that I use that literally anyone can learn. They're published in books. The secrets are not even particularly well guarded. But to make it feel real, to make it feel like something has happened, I think it's important that the mentalist has actually had some unusual experiences in their life, like I have. I've had.
What's an example of an unusual experience that you've had?
And I had this experience when I was like, I want to say 3 or 4 years old. I had a dream. I was walking through a forest, and I met my grandmother, who I had never actually met in person. She was a psychic and a dream interpreter back in Poland. And I had never met her in real life, but she guided me in this dream to like this glowing white flower. She helped me pick it. And then when I woke up, later that same day, and you know, memories from childhood, right? Maybe this is all just like made up, but it doesn't feel made up to me. I swear I remember hearing what they were thinking word for word without them saying anything out loud.
Wow.
And like, I have no explanation for that. When I was 6, I had someone, like one of my classmates, hurt their knee really, really badly, and they were crying and they were inconsolable, and the teacher couldn't calm this kid down. But instinctively, I just walked over and I touched the kid's knee, and I looked into his eyes and I said, it doesn't hurt anymore. And he stopped crying immediately. And like, I don't know what possessed me to do that, but like it's like not quite faith healing, but it's a similar kind of vibe. It's just weird stuff. And I think the important thing here is like the talent, the gift part of it is how open are you to letting weird experiences happen?
Yeah.
Right. And that's something I think all of us could stand to practice more.
Do you feel like, I mean, is there a fear factor anywhere in this for you, or do you see it in the audience? I mean, like people I think are fascinated with the idea of something like mentalism, but it also I think can feel scary. The idea that somebody might be able to tell you something that you think is locked inside of your brain or you think is private. Like, I could see that being a little bit like, whoa, this is freaking me out a little bit. Conversely, if you're talking about weird experiences like that certainly has the potential to freak you out and for you to go like, I want to shut this off. Like, let's not do this.
I think everyone has things in their mind that they would like to shut off, right?
I mean, that's true. That's
again,
a universal
a human condition,
yeah.
right? But
yeah,
I think it's really important if you want to be a great mentalist or really just a great person, a great communicator, but especially if you want to be a great mentalist, the game is make it really clear that you love your audience, right? Like my philosophy is every audience that I have is just a group of friends that I haven't met yet. And I mean that very literally. Like I feel like I've known Eva for years and I find this point of connection. Like I have 2 cats, she has 2 cats. Like I'm building those little connections that make her feel more like a friend to me. And I think that makes me come across as more safe, that goodwill is more obvious. Similar phenomenon. If you ever look at a photograph of someone, you know exactly what they're thinking in that photograph. Humans are very good at knowing what other humans are thinking if you can just capture like a moment there. So if you're constantly putting out this good vibe, this I love you kind of vibe, just, not like an intense love, but kindness, friendliness, if you feel that genuinely towards people, then you're not someone who can steal secrets from someone's mind. You're just a really good friend, a really good listener, and someone who you trust to give you some good advice every now and then.
Are there people who use this for nefarious purposes? You know what I mean? Like I hear what you're saying, but like, as Ani DeFranco once said, every tool is a weapon if you hold it right.
Yeah. There's one psychic who is also a mentalist, who I will not name here because he's had enough publicity, but he's defrauded multiple billionaires and oil companies by claiming that he can dowse for oil. Dowsing is like finding, it's seeking things psychically, and never struck oil, but made a lot of money essentially consulting for trying to find oil. You can absolutely make money in nefarious ways. I could absolutely convince you to give me your PIN code. Heck, You've written down a PIN code, and the piece of paper is right here.
Yeah.
And if I really wanted to, I could probably hypnotize you to forget that you gave it to me.
What?
And if that were to happen under the right like you could pull off a pretty crazy heist. Like I don't want to go into like now you see me territory.
right.
But like, if you think like a magician or like a mentalist or it's really just you can put a lot of effort into a heist and throw in these methods, and then you can absolutely like accomplish something nefarious. It's just more work than people expect, which is part of why it's so successful, because a lot of time it's just people don't realize how much work you need to do to get to something.
So is hypnosis a part of mentalism, or is that just another thing that you can do?
I'd say they're cousins.
Interesting.
Yeah, like hypnosis is, I would say it's a cousin of mentalism and a cousin of meditation.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how I view it anyway.
At what point did you start to sort of take this seriously and really work toward doing this for a job,
So weird stuff started happening to me when I was 3, when I was 14. So I grew up in Chicago, birthplace of close-up magic. You have the best close-up magicians in the world there. Shout out to the Chicago Magic Lounge. And they and they served as mentors for me. Very quickly, I realized that I was not going to be as good of a magician as any of them. I have tremors in my hand, so I can't do the sleight of hand. But there was a mentalist there who was kind enough to offer me some initial guidance. And, I saw that he was making money doing this, that he seemed very happy and fulfilled, and sort of kept that in the back of my head. After graduating from college, so I went to college, I got a bachelor's degree in math, economics, and quantitative modeling. And and I jumped into like a software engineering role. And I hated it. I was so unhappy. And it just became apparent in maybe less than a month that this kind of way of living was not for me. And it's fine for other people, live your life, but it really felt like like everything that I had ever done, got good grades in high school, got good grades in college, got the job, like made my Polish immigrant parents proud because I did everything I was supposed to, all to realize like, oh no, my entire life has been based on the wrong premise. And so it was around that time, like the first month of having a normal person job, then I went, no, one day I'm going to make this my full-time thing. I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm going to surround myself with the people who know how to do it and learn from them. And that's going to be my way of trying to make people's lives better, engaging, entertaining, and inspiring them.
Yeah.
That's the game for me.
Does it ever go horribly wrong?
Oh, absolutely.
Really? So it does.
Yeah. Generally, the clients don't realize that it does, but like, I'll give you an example of a time that something went horribly wrong.
Excellent.
But they
We
didn't
love
find
that.
out. Yeah.
Go
so,
on.
so like, I was working a trade show in Orlando. I was the infotainer for this company that was selling training modules, basically, and gathered a group of about 50 people or so, and one woman challenged me in the middle of this like little 8-minute act that I was doing on repeat. She challenged me to try to guess her deepest, most personal fear.
Ooh.
And
that's
look,
on her a little bit.
It absolutely is, but like I'm not allowed. I can't be a liability to my client. I have to be an asset. And in that moment, what felt right was, let's go for it because it's going to be an amazing moment. It was very much like a yes and kind of thing. And in a flash, I came close to her and I realized what her fear was. And her fear was verbatim, I am afraid of dying early and leaving my kids behind.
Whoa. Okay. Like,
which, like I realized this, and normally you do a reveal, it's like, and you're thinking of the 2 of spades. You're thinking of dying and leaving your children.
It's like,
here at XYZ Corporation, we make you cry. Like, no, we can't do that. So I would say that went horribly wrong in that we got a very like volatile piece of information, and so instead of revealing it in the typical way, I pulled her in close and I whispered something into her ear that basically words of comfort, the kind of thing that I would want a friend to say to me if I were in that position. And I won't share that here just because it's
it's private.
Yeah,
that's okay.
But we got out of it. It was a cathartic experience for her, and for some of the other people as well who knew this person. So it was actually kind of funny. We had like a group of maybe 10 people who burst into tears together shortly after.
That's
and
nice.
Yeah, it was, I would say good tears.
What do you get out of all of this? Like, what's in it for you in this?
Man, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's my calling. That's to say, I know it's my calling. It feels right when I do this. It feels like I get to... I love to laugh. I love to feel astonished. And I love to connect. And that's exactly what everything I do is engineered to do. And so, like, I'm not a doctor or a lawyer, right? I can't help people in any of the kind of traditional ways. My wife is a teacher, a special education teacher, so she does a lot of good in the world. I know I don't contribute to society meaningfully in that way, but I think everyone needs entertainment. I think everyone needs to realize that, like, you make so many assumptions about what's possible and what isn't. And you are just so wrong. You have so many limiting beliefs. Let me just shatter your sense of reality for a moment so that you realize, like, that thing that people tell you you're never going to be able to do, try it, Like, so yeah, I guess entertaining people is I think my calling, and inspiring them as well. That's what I get out of it.
What do you think the audience is getting out of it, and why do you think we are so endlessly fascinated by specifically this kind of thing? Yeah, the mind is a mysterious thing. It's the final frontier in a sense. Everything comes from the mind. Every moment of beauty that you experience, every moment of sorrow, every bit of suffering, every bit of joy, like it's all, if you have no mind, you don't have any of that. You have no life. So anything that kind of celebrates the nature of that, I think is interesting to people. Plus, people love learning about people. If I bring 4 people up on stage and say, hey, we're going to learn what each of these people is passionate about, people just pay attention because people care about people, you know? Yeah. What's the sort of mentalist / magic magician scene like around Boston? Are there lots of you? Do you get together and like work on stuff together, swap stories, mentor each other? Like what's the vibes?
Let me tell you about the Boston Magic Lab. This is the magic culture in Boston. It is Boston's open mic magic show. They're currently working out of the Foundry in Cambridge, but their whole concept, it started off as a very small group of friends who just wanted to jam together on Saturdays, try new stuff, talk about what magic they were working on, and they realized they could make it into a bigger thing and build a bigger community. And I can't tell you how many dozens of performers have all kind of flocked to the Boston Magic Lab. But yeah, we hang out at like bars, pizza parlors, parks, wherever, right? We just get together in groups. We all bring a pack of cards or some scraps of paper or coins or whatever, and we just jam in the same way that musicians might. But I think it looks a lot stranger when magicians. It's like, why are there 20 people in this restaurant?
But it's a magician jam. Don't worry about it.
It's a magic jam. Yeah. So that's my community here is the Boston Magic Lab, and I'm super grateful to them because well, they're just the best. You get to surround yourself with really great people at the lab.
Do you play music?
I cannot play music to save my life. My wife is a very good musician. She was a doubler, bari sax and flute.
Yeah.
But yeah, not me.
It's interesting. I mean, to hear you describe the relationship with what you do does remind me. Like, I do play a little bit of music, and it does remind me a lot of a musician's relationship with music. That like why do you like to do it? It's like, well, it's just, it feels good to do it.
It's an intrinsically human activity.
It's like a thing that feels good.
Yeah.
All right, this is the Curiosity Desk. We've been speaking with mentalist and keynote speaker Tom Indigo. If you're trying to figure out which one of your coworkers keeps stealing your yogurt from the fridge or sandwich from your desk, you can find Tom at tomindigo.com. Tom, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you.
And thank you, Eva.
Thank you very much for having me.
And that about does it for us for now. Stick around for the Culture Show coming at you in just about 2 minutes. Jared talks with Broadway director Marc Bruni about his musical adaptation of The Great Gatsby. Pulitzer Prize-winning Elizabeth Strout on her latest novel, The Things We Never Say, and an exploration of historic New England's New Center in Haverhill featuring the exhibition Shoe Stories. Curiosity Desk is produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio, Hannah Lawson, Nicole Garcia. Our intern is Mukta Dharmapurikar. Patty Daniels and Jamie Bologna always keep us guessing. Our engineers, John the Claw Parker. Special thanks to Andrew Massawa and Maddie Geyer. We will be right back here in 23 short hours on GBH 89.7 and stream it on YouTube. If you can't wait that long, we got the podcast version of the show. You can check that out wherever it is that you get your podcasts. Until next time, I am Edgar B. Herwick III. I hope you will stay curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Maine Maritime Museum. Their exhibit Upon That Isle in Maine, the story and works of Chris Van Dusen, explores original artwork from the children's book author and his connection to the Maine coast. MaineMaritimeMuseum.org.
What would you risk to defend democracy? Moderator Erin Tang leads 9 panelists through a gripping hypothetical election crisis that tests civic integrity. Breaking the Deadlock, tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, The Great Gatsby. F. Scott Fitzgerald's classic begins in the decadent dazzle of Long Island wealth and ends in disillusionment. It's a story that has always been theatrical. The mansion as a stage set, the parties as choreography, and Gatsby casting himself at the center of it all. It all makes it ready-made for Broadway. And now, as the Tony-nominated musical comes to Boston, director Marc Bruni joins us. From there, Elizabeth Strout, the Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist, has steadily conjured a fictional world so familiar it has its own name, the Stroutverse. Now, in her new bestseller, The Things We Never Say, she steps outside it, with the story of a retired Maine teacher, long-buried secrets, and the emotional distances that can divide a family. And historic New England steps into Haverhill's industrial past with Shoe Stories, the inaugural exhibition at its new Center for Preservation and Collections. The building project is a massive effort by the organization to use culture as an economic engine for the city's downtown. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby is one of the indelible American stories about reinvention and repercussion. It gives us a country drunk on money, status, and possibility, where desire can masquerade as destiny, and a man can build an entire identity around the life he thinks will win back the past. A century later, Gatsby thrives because the glitter is never just glitter. It's aspiration, illusion, and moral emptiness all lit up at once. That makes it potent territory for Broadway, where The Great Gatsby opened as a musical in 2024.
The Great War has been won. The battle near has begun. Manhattan's come undone. And everyone's invited. With some party, and can you take me there? The party's over, can you find another?
The original Broadway cast recording of The Great Gatsby, a new
That's
musical.
roaring on
Now
from
the
the
show is
original
coming
Broadway
to
cast
Citizens Opera
recording
House
of The
by
Great
way of
Gatsby,
Broadway
a
in
new
Boston.
musical.
Now the
plays
show is coming
tomorrow
to
through
Citizens
July
Opera House
19th,
by way of
and joining
Broadway
us
in
to talk
Boston.
about it all
It plays tomorrow through July 19th, and joining us to talk about it all is Marc Bruni, whose Broadway credits also include Beautiful, the Carole King musical. Marc Bruni, welcome to The Culture Show. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Well, we all find our way, most of us anyway, especially through school, find our way into The Great Gatsby at some point in our lives because it is such an American story. It is such a universal
Yes,
story.
it is. It has become so ubiquitous through readings in middle school and high school, and we've certainly gotten our fair share of English teachers bringing their classes to see Gatsby both on Broadway and on the tour up until this point. It's interesting that in Fitzgerald's lifetime, it was not a successful book, and he would be very surprised to see the success that it has gotten in the subsequent years. It only became a hit during the Second World War when it was distributed and became very popular at that point. But so it's big shoes to be able to step into that and to be a part of the tradition of telling the story and making it relevant for subsequent generations.
Well, I think that one of the most interesting things, to go back to what Fitzgerald might be surprised about, but also he might be surprised, and probably not a great way, to understand the ways that Great Gatsby is so resonant to us 100 years later. So as you were looking at it into today's world, how did you see the story?
Sure. Yeah. He really wrote the great American novel about class and about the divides between the have and the have-nots. And ultimately, the story is about the reaching and whether there is a nobility in reaching for something that may be ultimately impossible to achieve, that being the American dream. And so you have a bunch of characters who are all in a way, constrained by the societal constraints of the 20s, but also about the structure of America and the way in which it reinforces the class system, and so you are very aware in watching it of how much has changed and how little has changed. It takes place in the 1920s, but at a time when railroads are a new invention. The technology is moving at a rate that seems to be beyond the ability of everyone to catch up with it, which seems extremely of the moment. It was a society that was coming out of the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918, and now here we are a couple of years after our own version of that pandemic. When we started this on Broadway, it was kind of they started writing this during the pandemic, and so it felt even more sort of pressingly relevant to see all of American society cloistered and then ready to explode into this kind of world of parties and but yet the systemic underbelly of this sort of very constrained class system very much still in place.
Well, I want to go to the first part of that, the explosion of glitter and dance and parties, because that's what I remember. We all looked back at history and thought we will have our own roaring 20s in this time. And this is what is so seductive about The Great Gatsby, is that we think we're going to live in that world until we figure out where it's headed. But this is also what makes it ripe for Broadway.
Oh, absolutely.
How do you describe what you conjure?
What an incredible opportunity as a director to be able to take on this period and this incredible lush imaginative world of the grandeur and of Gatsby's parties. And I was able to put together a team of designers who just kind of went crazy. Designer Paul Tate-Dupuy III, Linda Cho, costume designer who won a Tony for her work, and Corey Paddock, lighting design. On all three of them, put together this incredible world that, as you're reading the book, everybody has their own version of what they feel like Gatsby's parties would look like, and we tried to create the sort of most opulent version of that to share with audiences. And I'm happy to say that the touring company that will be showing at in Boston, it looks every bit as opulent as the Broadway cast. And I was worried that we would have to sort of scale back a little bit, and was very pleasantly surprised when we put together the tour that we were able to maintain that sense of grandeur and of opulence and of a whole new scene, set of scenery for each scene, which is kind of in a grand Broadway tradition that you don't see very often anymore, as shows scale back and become more budget conscious. But we were able to really create something that is grand and on a grand scale.
I'm speaking with Marc Bruni, who is the director of the Broadway musical, The Great Gatsby, which is coming to Boston for the first time at the Citizens Opera House tomorrow through July 19th by way of Broadway in Boston. I'm struck by the fact that you've also had this show go on to play in the West End and in Seoul. I'm wondering, because we think of this as such an American story, how international audiences look at this.
Well, we had the opportunity to do it at the Coliseum in London, which is a very large venue that is normally an opera house, but it also houses musicals from time to time, and it achieved some great success. It was selling out and having audiences really enjoying. What a wonderful cast there, and then our producer Chun-Soo Shin, who masterminded this whole process and commissioned the writers to write this adaptation during the pandemic. It was his original dream to do the show in Seoul. In fact, we were supposed to do it in Seoul first, in Korean with Korean actors. And it was in the process that we all kind of looked at each other and went, it was an all-American team of writers and myself. And so we needed to kind of figure it out here, and we did it first at the Paper Mill Playhouse in New Jersey, and then on Broadway, and then we're able to kind of achieve Mr. Shin's dream full circle and to do the production in Seoul. It ended up being a production that was with American actors, and the full physical production that we did in the West End and on Broadway. But I believe that he is planning to bring it back once again to Seoul audiences. It was so successful that he's going to be doing a revival of it in a couple of years with an all Korean cast. But I think that there's something.
Yeah.
There's
I was
something
going to ask
about,
if this makes it a universal story,
I think
especially
there's
hearing what you
something.
just said.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's something that's very universal about the idea of wanting, reaching, dreaming. They see Gatsby as a dreamer, even in his inability to actually achieve, and it ends up being our book writer calls this a great tragedy disguised as the greatest party you'll ever see. And so there are certainly tragic elements to it, and Gatsby, not to spoil anything. It's hard to say a spoiler of a 100-year-old book, but although when we have audiences who come to see sometimes you wonder whether they have actually read the whole book, because the surprises of the way that the plot twists and turns in Act Two elicit gasps at every single performance, and so it's actually quite surprising that I think some people are maybe read about to page 40 and then don't quite remember past the glitz and glamour. But there is a really American story at the heart of this about wanting and about reaching, and that's what makes it kind of uniquely suited to be a musical. Is that musicals allow for us to kind of look into the psyche of characters and to allow them to speak to sing their truths and sing their feelings. And so when you have these characters who have a level of desperation and a level of desire that really kind of lends itself to music. And the Jason Howland and Nathan Tyson's score aimed to not be a museum piece, but to incorporate contemporary music with the period sound to kind of create something that feels very fresh. And Dominique Kelly's choreography also follows that in giving a sense of everything old is new again. That there are these steps that get remixed over generations, and that what they were doing in the 20s is sort of a remixed version of what would be in music videos of the 70s and 80s, and then also all the way up until today, and what you'd see in the Super Bowl halftime show or something.
As I mentioned in the introduction, you also directed Beautiful, the Carole King musical, and they're both very distinct, but very different, of course, in the ways that Carole King has entered the American canon and told our story through song, especially individually, and then The Great Gatsby, how, again, it's a very American story. Wondering if you think about these two major projects of yours, how you looked at the weight of each with such familiar material.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you have big shoes to fill in both cases. There's a lot of expectations, and people come in with some preconceived notions. I mean, certainly in the case of Carol, there's a whole generation that had Tapestry on in an almost infinite loop during the better part of the 1970s, and so there is a sense of doing right by both the novel of The Great Gatsby and also by Carol's music. And it in the case of obviously Gatsby is a work of fiction, whereas you're sort of hemmed in a little bit more by the truth in the sense of Carol's life, and in creating that show, the book writer Doug McGrath was able to do some extensive interviews and utilized a lot of first-person information that was not even in some of the biographies of Carol, and we were very much trying to create something that was extremely entertaining, but at the same time was accurate to her story and her legacy, and to honoring the journey that she forged for herself in being a real pioneer of a female songwriter at that time.
Well, we only have about 30 seconds, but I have to ask about a project you have underway right now, which is theater people are so excited about Ice
Well,
Boy and
yes, I'm
Megan
excited too.
Mullally
I
and Nick
just
Offerman.
Megan Mullally and Nick Offerman, and a story of a frozen caveman and how Eugene O'Neill came to write The Iceman Cometh. It's a wacky, fun romp of a good time, and audiences are really laughing at the Goodman Theater in Chicago.
You're having a blast. I mean, we just love this couple, especially knowing they're married and appreciating their
Oh,
comedy separately. What has this summer been like?
Oh, we've almost never stopped laughing in the course of the rehearsal, and we just opened last week, so it's very fresh. But from the first audience, they've been so generous. Chicago audiences are so wonderfully generous with their open spirit about taking new work and in giving their feedback, and we've just been we've been really gobsmacked by the response, which has been overwhelmingly positive.
Well, hopefully, for those of us who can't make it to Chicago, with your Broadway track record, we can see it in New York someday again if we can't make it to Chicago this summer. Congratulations on both shows, and thanks for being on the show.
Thank you so much, Jared. I'm happy to be here.
Marc Bruni is the director of the Broadway musical The Great Gatsby, bringing Fitzgerald's world of reinvention, romance, and illusion to the Citizens Opera House tomorrow through July 19th by way of Broadway in Boston. Thanks again. Coming up, Pulitzer Prize-winning writer Elizabeth Strout joins us to talk about her new bestseller, The Things We Never Say, a story of the silences that shape a family. She's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
Colleges and universities will soon have to pass a new federal test proving their students are getting a return on their investment. If they fail, they could lose access to federal student loans.
I mean, this is really a very low floor, right? I mean, high school earnings is not a exceedingly high metric for a program to meet.
But more than 800,000 students attend a program that would likely fail this test. I'm Juana Summers, this story on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts July 12th through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international. And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. And GM Roth Design Remodeling, providing custom kitchens, bathrooms, and accessory dwelling units. Their design team works to create living-in-place solutions tailored to the needs of each home and family. More information at gmroth.com.
Local stories, live radio, and breaking news at your fingertips. Download the new GBH News app on the App Store or Google Play.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist Elizabeth Strout masterfully portrays the meaning in the mundane. Her observations of human nature reveal the extraordinary in ordinary people. And for years, readers have reveled in how her characters' lives are linked from one book to the next. It's a familiar fictional world that has been described as the Stroutverse. But in her new bestseller, The Things We Never Say, Strout steps outside that familiar world. She introduces us to Artie Dam, a 57-year-old high school history teacher who appears to have a stable life, a wife, a beloved son, and a home by the ocean. But on the inside, he is unraveling. There is loneliness, a bombshell revelation, and a growing understanding that so much of what transpires in daily life just isn't real. This is Elizabeth Strout territory, a distillation of daily life and a comprehension of humanity so precise, so raw, so universal, it can undo you, the reader. The Things We Never Say asks how well we really know one another, even the people closest to us. Elizabeth Strout, welcome back to The Culture Show. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here. Thank you so much.
Well, okay, I have a confession. I feel like this has to be for you and our listeners, and I'm not proud to admit this, but a year ago I had not read any of your books, and then no, but then you gave. It just sounds like an awful thing to say to an author you're about to talk to, but then you gave the keynote address at Literary Lights, and the way you talked about people and characters and the way we understand each other or don't understand each other made me realize that I had been missing something great. And I have now read or listened to all 11 of your books. And and as I joke to our staff, I should be the mayor of Stroutverse because I'm so deeply connected. Well, your books are lovely. Your understanding of life is... There was an editor's note that came with my early copy of your book, and it sounds like Artie Dam came to you. Was he fully formed when he came to you?
You know, I honestly, it's hard for me to really remember, but I know that there were two different things that happened. And one was I saw this photo of somebody, a friend of mine had sent me some obituaries from years ago in upstate New York. And there was just a photo of a man who looked so ordinary and pleasant. And his last name was Dam with two M's. And I thought that's really interesting. And his face stayed with me. And I took away one Dam, obviously. And so that was there. And then a neighbor here in Maine just mentioned to me one day, and people in Maine don't talk that much, but he just mentioned that he had been in a boat with his father off the coast of Massachusetts. And they'd seen a man's head in the water and they went to pick him out. And I kept saying, but what was the story? He said, I don't know. And then he said, but he did say that his father had called him up and taken him for a drink a couple days later. And I know that stayed with me very much. And Artie Dam just blossomed out of that, those two things.
Well,
that's how my mind works, I guess. I don't,
And what was it for you to, and we'll go back to this, but to step outside, as I said, the world that we have come to know among all of your characters, and for us to meet somebody so distinct in his own realm and own world?
Right. It was refreshing. I was just a little bit tired of writing about Crosby, Maine. I mean, I was happy to write about Crosby, Maine, but I thought, okay, let's switch. Let's just turn the page and go someplace new. And Artie just arrived, I think, from those two little kernels in my mind. He just emerged.
Well, he is somebody who is struggling with this notion of free will throughout the novel. And as I said in the introduction, the prologue here, that your characters make us understand ourselves. What made you contemplate this notion of what really is in our control?
To tell you the truth, I don't really contemplate notions. I'm so sorry. I just a character comes to me and then I just concentrate and try and get inside, in this case, his head so deeply. And then later I realize, oh, I guess I was trying to say that or that, but I'm not trying to say anything at the time that I'm working. I'm just trying to get this character on the page as accurately as I can.
And what is your process for getting into their heads? How long does it take? What do you have to do for those thoughts to happen?
By the time they're ready to be written about, they've been wandering around my head probably for a while, except for Olive Kitteridge, who just, boom, she showed up, but she's Olive, so never mind about her. But so something like Artie Dam or these other people, they sort of mingle around in my head for a while, and then it's like, boom, they're ready to go. And I'm ready to put them on the page. And it's a very funny thing to talk about because I don't really know how it happens, but I just know that I'm concentrating so hard, and they tell me what is happening to them. You see,
how much of it is it a factor of things you're seeing as you're writing, or as they're waiting to be fully formed?
Right. I mean, the world is constantly moving around us, and so I absorb, what's going on in the world and the town and every place, that I am. I'm always absorbing, and so that will come out in their stories. And Artie is very much he's in his time and his place in history. And everything I write is about a time and place in history, but this is Artie Dam's particular time and place in history.
Well, from what you've described already, I think I know the answer to this, but I felt as I got further into the novel, what I was understanding about our country, which has parallels to the life of Artie Dam and his vulnerabilities, his strengths, and the reevaluation.
Precisely. And I was and he is a history teacher, which makes him, understand or feel that he understands things, a little perhaps more acutely than other people. He's a sensitive fellow. And so his story is running along the tracks of the country at the same time.
Does it become more challenging for you to write in these times? We have a lot of artists, a lot of people who, the population at large, who's struggling with what they see.
Right.
How does it interfere, if it does, with your life?
It did interfere. It was hard, and then I finally realized I'm just gonna write it. This is Artie Dam's story, and it's taking place now. Well, not now, but 2 years ago. And I thought, okay, I'm just gonna have to deal with it and go in his head and make his story come alive, because it has been difficult with so much division and so much chaos in our country to actually be able to settle down and write. So that's how I figured it out with Artie. I just thought, this is your story, Artie. Go.
And does it, I've had people say this to me before, but I never actually have asked what it means. Do you just sit down to however you write, the laptop or whatever, and do you feel like it's pouring out of you?
Well, no, but I do feel at this point in my life, I'm aware that if I can find some kernel of truth within myself to transpose into the character, then I will have what I call a scene with a heartbeat. And as long as I have a scene with a heartbeat, I can manage to keep going. And I've worked long enough now to know if it gets wooden, it's like, forget it, just get rid of it. So if I can find some kind of genuine heartbeat to the scene, then I just keep going and see what happens. And it doesn't fall out of me, but this book came rather quickly, I think. And this book more than any other, I think I did not know what was going to happen. I never know what's going to happen in my books, but this one especially, I thought, where are we going? What am I going to do with this? But he just kept telling me.
Well, I still want to ask you about the end now, but I won't do that for people who are still picking it up.
Yeah.
The marriage he has.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I think, again, this goes back to what I was saying, your understanding of how people relate to one another or not. How do you describe this marriage?
This marriage, I realized as Evie was showing up and, swinging her leg and having her glass of wine every night, I realized, okay, this is a long marriage that has gone through many changes. And one of the most important changes was their son's car accident where his girlfriend was killed. So that, in my mind, as I saw Evie, I realized this changed Evie in ways that she doesn't realize. And even Artie begins to understand that and tell his friends. So when they first met, Evie was very warm and loving and working at that homeless shelter with these fellows and, a little bit of a different person in the sense that we're always the same person, but not quite, So I saw it as that kind of long-term marriage where things have happened. Obviously, he doesn't know exactly what's happened until halfway through the book. But so I don't think of them having, I don't think of them as having a terrible marriage. It was just a long-term marriage with things that occurred, but a pretty big thing occurred. Let's not pretend that wasn't a part of this.
Yes, and we won't give that away either.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
As you think about couples, it's a trope in movies that we see the couple sitting at a restaurant and they have an entire meal without speaking to one another.
Yes.
This is a variation on that because we all know that happens. We know we do it ourselves.
Oh, exactly. And I'm so fascinated when I watch people, oh my word, in restaurants, and they won't speak forever. And then all of a sudden they'll say something and you realize, oh, they actually like each other. And then they're back to not speaking. Who knows?
Well, I'm also struck by what people hold back, that even in a long-term marriage.
Precisely.
Yeah, in this case, Artie can look at his wife and think, my goodness, I don't know you.
Yeah, right. And then one of the things that I was discovering as I was writing, and I thought, is he going to tell her that he has found this out? And I kept thinking he might. And every time I sat down to write the scene, he just didn't. And so I realized, oh, he's not going to. He's not going to tell her. So, one night he tries to tell her and they have a fight. And then I realized as I went on, it just was not coming out of my pen. It wasn't coming out of the thing. So it wasn't happening. So I realized, okay, Artie, I guess you're not going to tell her.
Again, I wish we could share all of this so the audience will know. They'll have to listen to your interview pre and post on our podcast so they can understand more of the nuance here. Well, I wonder about your characters at large and how you keep them so distinct. As you say, you get further into your career, so I'm sure that you recognize the guardrails there too, so the character traits don't necessarily blur among them.
Right, right. Well, each character, like I said, I can't write about them I until I feel like I can, which means I feel like they have to become real to me. And they really do become very real to me, and they're very specific in their character and who they are, and then I can go forward.
What about the way Artie looks at himself? And so we were just talking about his marriage, and he might not understand the person with whom he's been married to for so long, but then he has to begin and does have this exercise of wondering if he even knows himself, which is shocking to people. You think at one point in life you figured things out, and then realize you may never.
Right, exactly. And I purposely made him 57 because I don't know, for whatever reasons, I have no idea. But for many years, I've always thought the 50s were a special decade for men, that if something, was going to change a little bit, it would happen in their 50s. And so he's 57. He thinks he's in a plateau, and then he finds out, wow, I cannot believe this. And so he's got to deal with so many different parts of himself. And that's, overwhelming for any of us.
How much of your novels are, if you can figure it out, or maybe you recognize it at some point, are autobiographical?
That's so funny. I don't think of myself as writing autobiographically. I think of myself being visited, not really. I mean, I know that they come from my head, but I know that these people are made up in my mind, but they feel very real to me. And I feel like when they come and enter my head and visit my head, then I'm writing their story, not mine.
There is an element of this too, where he has this precognition dream where he can see so much of, distinct parts of his life come to him. Is that something that you have personally experienced, or you believe that's part of our spiritual world or our real world?
I thought that I just found that was interesting. I've had the silliest little tiny precognitions a couple of times way back in my life, and I've always found it fascinating. I mean, they weren't anything big like Artie's, but I've always thought, oh, how interesting. And I'm interested in, the fact that there might be more than we realize, and there might not. We just don't know. But I'm interested in all the unknowables. And I thought, well, Artie's got his thumb on something, he's got a little bit of something going on, and he can have that, and he'll be confused and interested in it.
How much do your characters, as you're thinking about them, come into your own dreams and you wake up thinking about them?
I never have dreamed about my characters. It's so, I mean, I don't, at least I don't remember them. I have many, many vivid dreams, but I have never, that I can remember, dreamed about a character. Which is so interesting because they're always in my head, but obviously at night other visitors come along.
I'm speaking with Elizabeth Strout, the Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist. We're talking about her new bestseller, which is The Things We Never Say. Speaking of which, I think the more we understand about our lives and our busy lives and all of the noise around it, this is another prevalent theme, is how little we communicate, or as Artie at one point later says, the things we're saying just aren't real.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we do make a lot of noise with each other during the day in our interactions, and that's just how we are. And I mean, I think that's okay. I'm not suggesting that's not okay. I'm just suggesting that there's an awful lot more, but beneath the surface in all of us. Every single person walking down the sidewalk, as Artie realizes, has a multitude of things going on inside that one person. And so that's interesting to me, the interior life versus the exterior life.
How much of your life has changed, just the way you look at the world, since you've written these 11 books, since you've come to know all of these characters and looked at the world through their very varied eyes?
It's interesting because, like I said, when I'm writing, I'm just inside the character, and then I realize, okay, goodbye. And obviously not always goodbye. But the point is that every so often, and I'm sorry I can't think of a specific right now, but something will go through my mind about life, and I'll think, oh, wait a minute, I wrote that. Lucy Barton had that thought, and I'll realize, oh, but that was true. Like that was a true sentence. So I'm so sorry I can't give you a specific, but every so often I'll think, oh my word, I think I wrote that, and yes, I agree with that. Years later, so.
Do you feel like you're able to read people better when you encounter people that because of the characters you've created?
That's interesting. I think this sounds so egotistical, but I think I've always been able to read people a little bit better than maybe other. I mean, but I just watch people, and I enjoy meeting people, and sometimes people that I meet in a literary world or something will say, I know you're reading me, and they'll dash away. And it's like, I'm not really. I actually really don't know who you are, but I'm just interested. So
what about the shocking things we do? It read like a thriller, one particular scene, well,
yeah,
more than that, when Artie does something very shocking, something you would not expect a very well-regarded history teacher in a small town to do. I felt like I started sweating when I read this scene. But and this was part of the point in your keynote address at Literary Lights too, is that a lot of us do these things. This is how your books help us to understand people,
who we are and who other people are as well. Yeah, and that scene, that was a very poignant scene for me to write, and I have seen that similar situation occur with other people that you would never expect, and people that I know that they don't even know that they've done this that I know about. Anyway, the point is that what I've come to realize is that in each case there was a loss. And so I realized, okay, when something is taken from you, and Artie is feeling, he's thinking about his father. He's like, I never knew him. Who is he? And he just, so he takes.
Do we do this to feel alive too? Is that part of it? If we've had this element of loss?
I don't know, because that's never been my particular way of dealing with anything. But it was something that, like I said, I've seen this occur enough that I thought, how fascinating. Let's have Artie deal with his sadness in such a way. I'm not sure that we know. I think there's a lot of unconscious stuff going on in all of us.
I want to ask you about some of an element of framing here, that when we still have about a quarter of the way to go in the book, we learn significant details about how it's going to end, and I don't necessarily. You've always given us a sense of where things are going and do flip ahead, but I thought it was a very interesting device.
Right,
it's risky because we still have a quarter of a book to go.
You're exactly right. There were a couple of things that were different, narratively speaking, in writing this book, and that was one. And then the other was that the narrator comes in and directly addresses the reader, in like little paragraphs, and then backs out. And then the story continues. And I thought, I don't know why I'm doing that, but I left it. And then the jump ahead in the parentheses. And I thought, I don't know why I'm doing that either, because so much of it's intuitive as I'm writing. But then I thought, I don't know, I'm going to leave that. I think it works, but it is risky. The whole thing was risky. Yeah. But
so here we are. What has been? Originally, we were supposed to talk to you last month or in May when the book was coming out, but I think it's more fun now. Actually, the circumstances changed, and we're talking to you now. What has it been to go out? I wonder if there's almost like a Stephen King misery factor where people are so outraged that they're not in the Strout verse with you. What has been some of the reactions?
Well, I did a very small thing in the United States, and the reactions were good. And then I was in England and Ireland, and people over there really have loved this book very much. And there was no outrage. And if there was, I didn't know about it. So let's just say that.
What is the reaction for people who feel so immersed in this world with all of these characters? How does it resonate with you to know that there are people living in this universe that you've created?
It's interesting because I spend so much time alone writing it. and hoping that it will land on somebody who needs it or wants it or whatever. And then it's really interesting for me to actually go out and meet my readers in public. You know, in the signing lines, people always say, do you really want to do a signing line? I'm like, absolutely, because I love to meet my readers. And there's always that person, you know, who just looks down very shyly and says, you know, and you realize, oh, wow, there you are. I've reached her or him or whoever it is. And that's very moving to me, very moving.
There is one reference, I would argue, to the Strout verse.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Right. You mean the olive?
Yes, but I can't quite figure out what it means for the rest of all you've created. The slight reference we find in this book.
I know, that was just, you know, I just realized, I thought, oh, you know, Evie's probably had to read that book in some book club. She probably loved it. She probably gave it to Artie to read, you know, whatever. And he's just going to remember that one line. Because I thought that one line when she's talking about people die of loneliness, I thought, I know that line. Let's put, you know, that'll fit in there because Evie will have read that book.
And I know this is probably going too fanish or into the weeds, but it makes you realize that maybe this is only a book, that Olive Kittredge isn't a real character as we enter your fictional world. Is that the case?
They're all fictional people, which is kind of funny for me to realize every so often because they feel so real to me. And I know they are, believe me. I'm not in a state of psychosis. I understand it. That they are made up from my head. I do understand that, but I'm just saying they feel real.
I guess what my question is, I'm in that state of psychosis because I might not be realizing that. Well, after you began the interview by saying that it was refreshing for you to step aside. How did you feel at the end to have done this?
I was glad. I was just really glad that I had moved it all away into an entirely different setting. And people who don't know New England that well think Massachusetts, you know, and Maine are similar, but they're very different culturally. And it was just, I was glad to have gotten out of Maine for the moment. Yeah.
How would you describe Maine and Massachusetts as different cultures?
Well, Massachusetts, you know, it's smaller, but there's more people. And there's more money, therefore there's bigger class differences, even though Maine has very large class differences as well. But there's just a sense of more congestion and then, you know, and more people, more activity, more colleges, more things going on.
Well, I can't end without asking when. I know that you don't necessarily know, but when does the next one come now that I'm left without anything?
Oh, I really don't know. I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I just don't know. But thank you.
Elizabeth Strout, it is always great to speak with you and to experience your insight. Thank you so much, and congratulations on the latest bestseller.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Lovely to talk to you. Bye-bye.
Likewise. Elizabeth Strout is a Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist. Her new bestseller is The Things We Never Say. Well, coming up, Haverhill was once the Queen Slipper City. Now historic New England is opening a new center there and putting its best foot forward with an exhibition about shoes. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
Trade.
Huge responses from across Europe, from the Danish Prime Minister.
Climate. Picture this all filled with ice.
Security.
Not only do we need to end the war, we also need to prevent the next war.
These are global issues, and to understand them, you need a global perspective. I'm Carolyn Beeler.
And I'm Marco Werman. Join us for The World each and every weekday.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Gloucester Stage, presenting Betrayal by Harold Pinter. When two lovers meet for the last time, their affair unfolds backwards into a near-decade-long illicit love triangle. Starts Thursday, July 9th. Tickets available at gloucesterstage.com. And the Massachusetts Educational Financing Authority, committed to simplifying college planning for families over 45 years with trusted guidance, interactive tools, step-by-step videos, and more. MEFA.org.
And the Boston Symphony Orchestra, presenting concerts at Tanglewood all summer long. Highlights include the BSO and Pops, classical soloists, and the Popular Artist Series. More at tanglewood.org.
Breaking news, deep conversations, and the stories that matter to you. GBH News, always on the radio at 89.7, available on the GBH News YouTube channel and online at gbhnews.org.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is the Culture Show live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Haverhill was once known as the Queen's Slipper City, with factories that helped make New England a center of American shoemaking. Now, one of those former factory sites is finding new footing as Historic New England's Center for Preservation and Collections, and its inaugural exhibition begins with the industry that helped define the city. Shoe Stories Past, Present, Future traces more than 400 years of shoemaking and design, from 18th century craftsmanship to Beyoncé's boots to sneakers. Joining us are Vin Ciapolla, President and CEO of Historic New England, and Michelle Finamore, co-curator of Shoe Stories. Welcome to both of you. Great to have you both here.
Thank you so much. We're so happy to be here.
Yeah, we're delighted to be here.
Well, this is a big moment for you. Vin, I'll start with you in opening this. The exhibition is just one part of it, but this huge effort to have a base in Haverhill, to have your collection be as accessible as possible. Tell us about the dream that you've just realized.
It's a big vision. We own these two historic factory buildings. They are behemoth former shoe manufacturing facilities. They comprise the largest shoe manufacturing facility in the world when they were doing that business. And so Historic New England owns both and owns vacant parcels around them. And we are right adjacent to the T and Amtrak, right in downtown Haverhill. So it's a colossal vision, really leading with culture, leading with our own program at Historic New England to really create a cultural layer there and help drive the revitalization of a important downtown just 30 miles from Boston. So we are so excited. We have opened the Welcome and Exhibition Center. It is magnificent. It's jaw-dropping, frankly. It's a football field. These factory floors are so big, and it's the entire first floor of one of the buildings. And the opening exhibition, thanks to Michelle here, is brilliant. And we've already welcomed just huge numbers of people in the last week. So we are really on our way. And this new Welcome Center, Exhibition Center is a game changer. It's an inflection point.
Well, before I bring in Michelle, let me just ask, too, people may know Historic New England through the many, many, many homes you have throughout New England, the very historic homes. We don't necessarily think of Historic New England in these terms of these big factories, but you have a massive collection in addition to a collection of homes.
That is absolutely right. We have 38 history museums across New England. We don't even mention that we own an airport and some cemeteries, but we have 38 history museums. But we also have the world's largest collection of New England decorative arts objects, and most of this collection is in Haverhill. And so making our collection accessible is very important to our public history mission. And to have now a center to be able to do that at a grand scale is really an incredible opportunity. So you're right. I mean, we were founded in 1910. We've really studied domestic life, home life. But work is part of that. And so really being in this industrial context, having the opportunity to center our work in Haverhill and be part of an effort like this to revitalize a neighborhood it's just thrilling.
Well, Michelle, let me bring you in here. I've known you're, of course, a longtime fashion curator. As you began to dive into this collection and see the shoes at your disposal, what is the story that it tells, these centuries of shoes?
Well, thinking about shoe history generally in New England, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to do an exhibition here in the space, right? It is a former shoe factory. The collection is vast and diverse, over 125,000 objects, but shoes are a part of it. And I thought it just seemed like the right thing at the right time. And so thinking about the stories we bring to light in the exhibition, we're really looking at over 300 years of shoe history. What we're really focusing in on, though, is what makes New England unique to that bigger national and international story. And that is, innovation. It's sneaker history. It's the invention of vulcanized rubber, which forms the base of sneakers. It is contemporary designers who are still working today, as well as innovation in the space such as bio-leather. So we have a pair of bio-leather shoes in the exhibition invented right here in New England. This leather grown from bacteria that was then turned into shoes by Rancourt in Maine, which is, a Maine-based company. So we're really trying to think of how do we bring out that past, present, and future of these shoe stories. So it's really looking toward the future as well as the past and present.
But you make
Yeah.
us also understand that there has always been innovation around shoes. There's always been an aesthetic value placed on shoes. I think we tend to maybe look in the past and think, oh, we're the ones who carried fashion forward. Not at all true.
No, not at all true. Definitely not. I think that when you talk to anyone, especially women, I hate to generalize, and you tell them, we're doing a shoe exhibition, their eyes light up. I mean, it is this expression. It can be this incredible personal expression. And every shoe has its own story. And it can be a story about a wearer, it can be the maker, it can be the designer, it can be the innovator or the industrialist behind it. But I love when we had our events at the Haverhill Center, everyone wanted to talk about their shoes, and there are wonderful stories embedded in these shoes.
We'll return to some of the blue chip names, the bold-faced names in just a moment. I'm speaking with Vince Ciapolla, President and CEO of Historic New England, and Michelle Finamore, co-curator of Shoe Stories, Past, Present, and Future, which is the inaugural exhibition at Historic New England's new Center for Preservation and Collections in Haverhill. Vin, you were just talking about using the arts and culture as an economic engine. What do you see this opening represents, and how does it move revitalization forward?
Well, I think the accessibility to our collection, as we were talking about, which is so incredible and hasn't been accessible to people. So we've been very proud of the wonderful work our history museums do across the region, but those are more like set pieces, right? They just are they're wonderful and amazing, but they are not a journey through a large-scale collection of what's available to tell the broader stories of the region. And our facility in Haverhill does represent that. So opening it up to the public so that more people can actually get into the volume of Historic New England's collection, having this exhibition center, so that we can tease out our collection and do some storytelling that we can't do in our fabulous history museums. It's all about dimensionalizing. It's all about really creating greater accessibility, really more fully performing our public history mission to a broad public, both local and global.
Well, this is almost is a follow-up to what Elizabeth Strout was talking about. Her books tell us about ourselves. How do you describe what your objects, and again, centuries of objects in your collection, what they tell us about ourselves by way of our past?
They kind of tell us everything. I mean, we have an extraordinary collection of adornment. So the ways in which we, men and women, made themselves feel better or look special. I mean, hundreds of years of wedding dresses and other garments, men's vests, and life through kitchen objects and in furniture, and of course, representational art, all of it. And so, each object, like a pair of shoes, right, was made somewhere, was experienced by people, lives touched it. And to use the objects as lenses, as portals to explore is a wonderful device. It's what museums do and do so effectively. And at Historic New England, it's exciting to be opening up a new chapter to be able to do this. Some of us, Michelle and I and others, visited the V&A Storehouse in London, V&A East, and they are really perfecting the idea of open storage or open archives. And there was a piece just this weekend about make an appointment with an object. I love that, to really go deep on something in particular. So it is all about the storytelling. We've introduced so many new stories at Historic New England through our great scholarship. What we're doing in Haverhill is giving us another way to really magnify that.
Michelle?
Sorry, could I just,
Yeah.
I wanted to just pipe in briefly because I wanted to talk about the MY Studio piece as well. We have this really wonderful conceptual video piece that was done by a local studio, MY Studio, and they went into the collections and they've turned it into this kind of immersive experience that is on one wall of the exhibition space. And so it's, you get a sense of the immensity of the collections, and it's kind of this experiential moment where these objects are kind of swirling in and out of the frame. They're looking at everything from furniture to hat boxes to wallpaper. Objects morph into one another as well. And so it's a little bit of our, kind of attempt at what the V&A East is doing, these other places that are opening up their collections. But this is a little taste of what the future could be.
It's actually intoxicating.
It is.
It's it's a hypnotic thing.
It's reminding me of the giant screen and art piece at MoMA, which is an amalgamation, digital recreation of so many of the artworks created in a new form, which if you walk in, there are people just standing there for many, many, many minutes, myself included, at various points, mesmerized by this. But to go to some of the names in this collection, first of all, Stuart Weitzman, a big one, which people may not realize or understand the Massachusetts connection. Big name in shoes.
Yeah, big name in shoes and very deeply rooted in Massachusetts. So Stuart Weitzman's father opened up Mr. Seymour Shoes in our building, actually in our Burgess building in Haverhill in 1955. Stuart worked with him his entire life. He went to business school. He went to the Wharton School. Did not think he would stay in shoes. He thought he was going to be in the finance world, and then was immediately drawn back in because it's his passion. And so he went to work for Mr. Seymour Shoes, and then he eventually started his own line in 1983. But it all started there. And Stuart has visited a number of times, and he walks in and he remembers absolutely everything about where the machinery was and who was doing what and how vibrant that building was. It was just like humming with activity. It's really incredible. And the streets around as well. Every kind of shoe business imaginable was there in Haverhill. So the boxes, the lasts, the adornment, the bows. He said, I'd walk across the street to get bows for my shoes. Like, there was this incredible infrastructure. And so his start was really there. And then he grew it into this incredibly successful global brand.
And collection as well. How do Beyonce's boots come to have this bearing on style, in more contemporary style?
Yeah. So he's still very actively involved in the shoe industry. And when I was corresponding with him, and he invited us to come have a look at his archive because he's trying to place his archive of shoes. And so we ended up with about 130 pairs of his shoes, which stretch. It's fabulous because it stretches from the Mr. Seymour days in 1955 all the way to the present to Beyonce. And so Beyonce wore his Out West boots for the 2024 Olympics, and she performed in them. And there were these really fabulous high-heeled cowboy boot that were then bedazzled by Aaron Rosegold, who's a New York, LA-based artist. And so I just said, it'd be great to get those boots for the show. And he said, I think I might be able to manage it. So he's put them in a FedEx box, and there they were.
Oh, wow.
And now they are, now they are on display.
Well, then, what do we look forward to as this is just getting open and underway? What are next phases, next steps? How do you enhance this accessibility from here on out?
We invite everybody to come to the Haverhill Center. The Shoe Stories is just, endlessly fascinating. We are also showing the final designs from our teen shoe competition, which Stuart was chaired the jury of high school seniors designing sneakers and high fashion shoes, and those are on display. There are other important activities that are going to be happening over the summer, so there's always going to be something fresh and new. So there really is a terrific amount to take in, and to have an exhibition space like this right at Transit is such a gift. And of course, we're already thinking on, Show Stories will be up for a good long while, but we're already thinking about the follow-up exhibition, which we think is going to be really fabulous. And then even the one after that. So our commitment is to really animate the gift that we've been given and really invite the public to participate in their journey and exploring New England history through this lens, and there's just a lot lots going to be available and in store.
And could I say one more thing? Because Ruben Toledo is coming from New York City. He's an amazing artist, and he is doing an A to Z of the collections, and it will be a mural that's getting installed the third week of July, and it will be a community participation project. And so he's kind of taking his own perspective on the collection and doing these incredible drawings.
Well, it all sounds terribly exciting. We didn't even get to Julia Child's shoes, but so much to talk about. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Vin Ciapolla is president and CEO of Historic New England, and Michelle Finamore, I didn't have it in my closing script, is co-curator of Shoe Stories Past, Present, Future, the inaugural exhibition at Historic New England's new Center for Preservation and Collections in Haverhill. The exhibition is on view now. You can learn more at Historic New England's website. Tune in tomorrow for Jeffrey Seller, Broadway's producer of blockbusters, whose shows include Hamilton and Rent. He'll join me about his revealing new memoir full of backstage stories. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with The World, up next, here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Standish Village in Dorchester's Lower Mills, providing assisted living residents with programs designed to help seniors stay sharp, social, and independent. Learn more at standishvillage.com/programs.
A new independent lens revisits how 1960s Montreal helped shape the global movement for Black liberation. Don't miss True North, Canadian Myths and Black Power, tonight at 10 on GBH2.
GBH members, you can enjoy your favorite NPR podcasts, like the Sunday Puzzle Podcast, with extra episodes and perks. It's the NPR Plus Podcast Bundle. Your recurring donation for NPR Plus benefits this station, and you'll get access to bonus content from shows like Fresh Air and Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. So, get more of the public radio you love with NPR Plus. Learn more and sign up today at gbh.org/NPR Plus.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD.